Good morning, and welcome to the stream. We're living out here, we're breathing. You know, we're eating some hangover soup. You know, kind of facing the limitations of the human body over here. So, you know, last night was a kick-ass pity party by myself. But that's okay. Every now and then you gotta just have some fun, you know? So, we're gonna start with our, collection of daily games. I mean, I played these last stream. I had some pretty fun, good time with them. I think we're gonna start with Stardoodle. This one's pretty interesting. You click on the thing, you hit submit, and it tells you you do not have the right crop, it is not in the right price range, it is not the correct type of crop. And it'll tell you what season you got. So let's see if I remember. Let's go for like cranberries. So it is a regrowth crop. So let's try green beans. So it is a vegetable. Hot peppers. Okay, so apparently a pepper is a fruit. I'm really bad at this. Oh, what is this gonna be? So it's gonna be a vegetable that regrows. Goodness. I'm trying to think here on what this could be. Honest to goodness, it's been years since I played Stardew Valley. I should go back. I should play it again. Ooh. So it's summer. So that it might be tomato. Okay, so we're getting close. No, spiceberry's a berry. It's not gonna be pumpkin. Pumpkin is fall. Honestly, I'm probably gonna fail at this, but gotta give it a good old try. Let's go for eggplant. It was hops. It was hops last time. Goodness. Alright. Let's try Minecraftle. Let's go for... Oh, that's cool. Let's go for a slab. Ooh. Nothing. Okay. Let's go for a furnace. No. Let's see. Try an iron pick. No. Oh god, it's gonna be something weird like a redstone comparator, isn't it? Could've sworn there was some quartz in there somewhere. Nope. Let's see. Ah. See, there we go. Wait, what was that again? Ah, yep. That's where I messed up. No, oh. So this has to be using a different version of, or an older version of Minecraft, or I did that wrong. It's supposed to be cobble. Okay. You know what? Let's clear the board. Let's see if it... No, definitely not. Oh shit, that restarted. You know what, that's fine. We'll just burn through a few of ours. So, door. We know it was furnace. Then we tried a tool. Let's see, try a chest plate. No. We already know it's not diamond. So, you know, don't get out your diamond hoe. Try panes of glass? No. Not carpet. Oh goodness, this is gonna be something weird that I just do not know. Honestly, it's been forever since I've played Minecraft. Let's see. So I mean, no matter what for oak, which it's probably not going to be. Yeah, see. Hit clear. 7 of 10. So it's not leather. See, we already know sticks aren't in it, so string's probably not going to be in it because that's only used for... Or maybe. I don't... One last guess, and we're probably going to flip this, so... Composter? Or was it something? No. I tried to do a redstone comparator. We have that on stream. You dirty rat, you... Oh. Goodness, the power of the hangover is strong today. Alright. We have guess the game. FIFA. Can be like FIFA... Looking at the graphics, it's gonna be like 2001. Oh. This could be like Wii Sport Resort. Okay, so we have a hand, so... Ooh. Let's just try iToy, because I have a feeling it was the iToy or something like that. Go for like iToy Play. Okay, so let's just try jumping in sports. Connect sports. There we go. See, around that, you know, time early in the 2000s, everyone was trying to make a sport game. So, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. Costcodal. All right, let's see what we got. Guacamole. I feel like I've seen these before. We're gonna say like $7.99. It's gonna be something ridiculous. It's gonna be higher, so that means it's probably gonna be like $11.99. Try that. Benefit of spending 11 years working in the food service industry. You start to learn your foods. All right. Hex codal. I actually don't know hex codes that well. So let's take a look at this again. Click here to learn more. So numbers 10 through 15 are A through F. Okay, so we have 0 through 9, A through F. Okay, that explains a lot. So yellow, I know that's probably gonna be something like AA1537. Let's go for that. Okay, so this one's probably gonna be like F66542. So we're getting kind of close, so probably gonna be like an E, 2, A, 5, 4, 3. We're getting close. You know, I'm just gonna go and I'm gonna keep on dropping that first one by one. So it's obviously gonna be like a D, 0, F, 5, 4, 4. Ooh. Ooh, we are doing really good. I'm actually feeling really confident about this. So if it goes A through F and it's got to be between A and F, we got one guess left. We know it ends in 544. I'm gonna bet it's another D. Southern platyfish. Not bad. That is a fun little color. Alright, we got Daily Scrandle. So this one you go through and you look at stadium food. It's kind of fun. And you try and determine which one people think would taste better. So we have Tottenham fried chicken with a bag of chips. I mean, admittedly, that looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. And then you have Fischbraten. Fish in a bun. And I'm not gonna lie, brother. That is the most unappetizing piece of fish I've ever seen slapped in a bun. Is that even cooked? Is that salted? Like, what's going on here? Is it raw? I mean, you got pickles and lettuce on there. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. But I don't know if I could eat that, brother. For 4 pounds, you're telling me I could have that. I'm gonna bet on the fried chicken. Nice. 1 out of 10. Here we go. Let's see, we have a kebab from Fulham FC. And then we got pies, mushy peas, and gravy. You see, knowing England, they like their brown sauce. They smother everything in that. Oh, that is piercing through the hangover this morning. Oof. Let's see, what do we got? So we got the kebab or the pie with mushy peas and gravy. Gonna bet on the... Really? You know, I thought they would have picked the pie. Really long and sad looking hot dog. Or Prego, a egg and steak roll. Gotta be the steak roll. Every time. That just looks so much better than a really long plain hot dog. Let's see. Ham and cheese toasty with cheesy fries for 10 pounds or pepperoni pizza slice for $5.50. Okay, you see, that one's from Nashville, South Carolina. That's why it actually looks like good pizza, you know. Anytime you see English pizza, it looks sad. It is some of the saddest stuff ever. I'm gonna take that for $5.50. That's just so much better. Better deal. Steak pie and mushy peas. Or the Avro Bomber Box. I mean, a burger, some chicken tendies, and fries for 10 pound. Or what looks like, you know, just that. That doesn't look as good as this. Sausage bread and gherkin versus spicy popcorn chicken with hash brown bites. Let's see. This one's $3.40. This one's $9.50. Honestly, I'd rather get... Wow. Honestly, I rather would have gotten the sausage out of that. We have a gaffer burger and pulled beef and gravy topped chips. This one's probably actually killer. We have the 6-ounce patty with lettuce, crispy chicken strips, cheese, bacon, and crispy onions. Gotta be the burger. Easy. The moment you start combining foods together, it goes nuts. See, this is what I was talking about, though. Like, look at that. Look at that. That is a sad looking pizza right there. That is sad. Like, look at how far in the crust comes. Like, brother, did you even put any sauce on that? Like, what have you done? Really? I would have went with the mac and cheese every single time. You're putting bread in bread. What even are you doing? Who hurt you that you're doing this? For $2.50 though. Or a smash burger for 11 pounds with a drink. And some pretty okay looking chips. You know what? I'm gonna go with... Ooh. You see, I would have guessed the pie and the roll. Easy. Without a doubt. You have to go to the other hot dog. 6 out of 10. Bad luck. Not bad. So this one's Chrono. This one's kind of fun. So let's see. So we definitely know Caesar became dictator before the Boston Tea Party. Rockets are pretty far down. Galileo's definitely before. Photovoltaic cell array. Ooh. You see, the thing is I know dynastic rule is probably going to be like a more modern thing because history is not as spread out as you think. It's wild. Like, if you look at it, in the 1800s, you could have had like a cowboy, a samurai, and a pirate, all, and like a Victorian gentleman, all in the same, you know, story, legitimately, without going and stretching time too much, you know? We're gonna do something like this. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe a little something like this. Maybe dynastic rule was one of the last things. Not bad, not bad. 1912? Dude, they only ended dynastic rule 113 years ago. What the hell? That is insane. Alright. We're in the USA. Okay. So, we have a half-hill home. Can I zoom in at all? You know, we'll zoom in. We'll zoom in the old-fashioned way. So, okay, so if we look in the background, we can see some kind of pine tree. So this is definitely going to be in the north somewhere. That plus just the architecture of this, it's going to make me think of somewhere probably over in like the New England area, because that looks old as fuck. So we are going to go, and let's just place one like right here. So we are 1,000 miles from that. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit. What's the best zoom I can get on this? It's gonna be... $135. Okay. So this building obviously was made in 1890. You can see it has the classic like false front. And we know we're on the East Coast. So that is a willow, so that means it's going to be just a little bit further south, I'm thinking. So, 1,000 miles south, I'm guessing... Let's place one like middle of Massachusetts. Ooh. So that was further away. Which means it's probably going to be on the coast, probably somewhere over here. Over by Portland. No, it's inland. So that means it's probably going to be like Albany? No, let's actually take this seriously. So we know it's by a lake. Let's go for like Saratoga Springs. Okay, how the hell am I this far off? Let's see, so probably like Newport, New Hampshire? Milwaukee. How are you? You know what? Fair enough. I'm incredibly hungover, so there was no chance I was gonna get and figure that out. Alright, let's play some Which Year. Oop. So we have water vendors in Baku. So the fact that you can see buggy carriages, we're gonna guess pretty close to the invention of the camera, but not close enough that there'd be cars. So something like 1875? 1900? Not bad. Mummers in Exeter, Devon. Okay, this one should be pretty easy. So looking at the jeans and the shoes is going to give this one away. So this one's going to be more like 1964, 62. Let's go for 62. 94. Okay. So it's stonewash, not acid wash. Princess Sophia, 1908. 1912. Haha. Frantic Warped. Okay. Well, we can't see anyone doing the Fent lean, so we know it's not, you know, recent years. There we go. After snacking on more hangover soup to try and restore my vigor, looking at the hairstyles and everything else, it's gonna have to be pretty recent. I'm gonna bet like 99. Yeah, 2007. See? Yeah, pretty close. See, they kind of gave it away when they said 50th anniversary for this photo. We're gonna try like a 2005. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. We're getting there. We're getting there. So this one is a fun one where you can't have two of the same number next to each other or in the same row. And you can't have like two grayed out right next to each other. They have to be diagonal at most. But they can't be the same across or vertically. So that one's acceptable. If we were to do something like that, that'd be wrong. So we definitely want that 6 out. Okay. Just looking for any doubles. We got a 6 there. We got an 8 there. Could probably take that 6. While we're at it, we can probably take that one out. Okay, so then we got 473. Get rid of that 3. We have another 6 that we can remove. Got to take out a 4. Take out that 7. Take out that 5. Then we can clip that 4. Have to do something like that because we can't do 2 right next to each other. Okay, so now let's move on to the vertical. So 6, 8, 5, 7, 4, 2, 1, 7, 2, 3, 8, 6, 2, 7, 2, 6, 5, 3, 5, 4, 8, 1, 7, 4, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5, 8, 3, 6, 4, 8, 4. Okay, now here's where things get complicated because we're going to have to adjust. Because we can't have 4, 8, 4. Which means we need something like that. 2, 5, 3, 2, 4, 6, 7. Not all white cells are contiguous. Okay, so what did we miss? So 5817463 87462 752 6814. Goodness, it might just be my blurry eyesight this morning, but I cannot seem to find it. Oh, contiguous. Okay. Okay, I see what it means. So we have these cells which are cut off from the grid, which means we have to do something like that. There we go. Not bad. That's better than 2.9% of other players. Wow, that is sad. We're probably gonna get really good at that though. So now we have our new daily Myrtle. So we have 6 suspects: the amazing Aurorlin, Captain Slate, Babyface Blue, Chancellor Tuscany, Coach Raspberry, and Lady Violet. We have a literal pair of golden handcuffs, a lawyer, a deck of marrow cards, a gold watch, exploding cufflinks, and a poisoned birthday cake. Our locations are the rec room, the Michelin-starred cafeteria, the private suite, the guard tower, the spa, and the movie theater. Okay, so was found by a video game console. I can pick that part out. So it's probably gonna be someone. Ooh. Yeah, so it gives you a hint to rearrange the things. So oh, let's pull that back up. There we go. Now we can pull up our notepad, so we can take a look. So right now we have FRIOGSNT. So we're gonna save that for later. We'll try to figure that out. So we have something was found by a video game console. Okay. This fingerprint. Due to the swirl, we can tell that is Babyface Blue. So Babyface Blue was most likely in the cafeteria. The second tallest suspect did not bring a poisoned birthday cake. Okay, so we have 5, 6, 5, 5, 7, 8, 5, 5, 6 foot, 5 foot, 5, 6. So that means 6 foot is gonna be what, Coach Raspberry? Yeah, so Coach Raspberry did not bring the poison cake. Okay, a $5,000 bill for 20 minutes of work was found underneath the cushions of a velvet seat. Let's see. So if we're looking at everything, you know, we have to kind of guess, you know, who would have the money to do this. So $5,000 bill for 20 minutes of work was found underneath the cushion of a velvet seat. That might just not be useful. So we know Orlin bought a gold pocket watch. So let's look at the weapons. So we have the gold watch. Medium weight, made of metal. Exploding cufflinks was left-handed only. Okay, that is very useful because we can look. So we know it wasn't Orlin because they got the thing. Or they got the pocket watch. So it might be Slate. It's not Babyface. And it might be Tuscany. So we have Slate. Definitely not Babyface. Potentially Tuscany. Coach Raspberry is left-handed and Lady Violet is right-handed. Right? See, not bad. Doing a little bit of logic puzzles. It's fun to do this stuff, you know? Lady Violet had a weapon made of greed. So if we look at the weapons, I mean, we have a pair of literal golden handcuffs, and we also have a gold watch. But we know the watch was bought by Orlin, so it's going to have to be the pair of handcuffs. Okay, fantastic. The handcuff key was discovered next to a king-sized bed, so we go to our locations real quick. That is going to be the private suite. So we know, or well, we can say that Orlin was in the private suite and that the handcuffs were also in the private suite through the power of deduction. Captain Slate was seen hanging around the guard tower. A fortune teller card was found beside Inspector Iritano, or Iritino. And where was Iritino killed? Oh, we don't know. Oh. Okay, so that's something completely different. That all just takes us away. So, Hmm. So we have 3 locations that have yet to be assigned to a suspect. And we have 4 weapons that have yet to be assigned to a suspect. So that definitely has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. Okay. Frosting. Frosting was found by the video game console, which means that the poisoned birthday cake was found in the video game room. Oop. Took me a second there, but, you know, we got there eventually. We figured it out. Okay, so... cushions of a velvet seat. Velvet seats, movie theaters. So that means the lawyer was in the movie theater. Because the bill for $5,000 is not a $5,000 bill, it is a you owe me bill for $5,000. Okay. And then a fortune-telling card was found beside the Inspector Irritano. So we know that what we're looking for, what we're trying to attribute, is a deck of Marrow cards, and we're trying to attribute that to who and where. So we don't know who. We know it was with the deck of cards, but we don't know where or who. So by power of deduction, we know that the amazing Orlin had the gold watch and couldn't be in the rec room because the cake was in the rec room. So we can cross that out. And we also know it wasn't here in the movie theater, so that means it had to have been, where is that? In the spa, which means she had to have been in the spa. Okay. You see, there's a logic to all of this. You just have to look, you have to think. So we know the exploding cufflinks were a left-handed weapon. That was the only hint we had about that. So we're gonna leave that be for now. let's keep looking at locations, because that'll help us go and narrow things down. So we know the video game room had to have been Chancellor Tuscany, which means Chancellor Tuscany would have had to have the cake, because frosting was found in the video game room. And why did I cross out Coach Raspberry for that? Because he was the second tallest, that's right. He did not bring a poisoned birthday cake. Fantastic. Which means the person in the movie theater was Coach Raspberry. And we know that the movie theater had the lawyer. Which means only one... Okay, so let's see what else we got. So we have the Michelin Star Cafeteria, which we know is attributed to Babyface, who has one of two weapons available to him. The deck of Marrow cards, or the exploding cufflinks, right? No, Babyface is right-handed, so... he had to have had... It has to be Babyface. So it was Babyface Blue with the tarot cards in the Michelin Cafeteria. Am I right? Yes, yes I was. Ha ha ha. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, that one was a brain teaser. And that one took a minute. That was pretty good though. That was fun. Let's see, is there anything that I've missed to play? We did the cost total, we did guess the game. I got the Minecraft one right, but I just was too hungover, I guess, to figure out how to pick the thing. So that's fine. We'll get there. So this is another one I saw while I was waking up and opening up the stream. Because I try to keep some of this stuff open in the background throughout my normal day-to-day. Because I like to think of you guys, and I like to think of some of the fun stuff. So this is like Scrandle. What's this? Maybe later. We'll see about that looks. So if we throw a knight in, we also have to throw a monster in. Sometimes a piece appears with a plus, so that means this piece appears more times in the answer. Okay, cool. So let's try Coin Wizard, Coin Blade Orc. Well, no. Let's just go and punch through a few more. Just to try to figure out, okay. So Frog Wizard, Money Orc. Nice. Well, we don't need it because we got it. It's gonna be money, wizard, frog, money, orc. Oop. Not bad. I'm actually going to play this a little bit in the background as well to try and just keep on working up with that neuroplasticity. Try to get my brain actually working. Let's see. I want to do a few more fun ones that are out here. You know what? Let's try geocircles. Okay, so we are on a mountaintop. We have pines, so that leads me to believe that it's probably going to be, you know, somewhere over in Europe, most likely. Take a look, see what else we can see. Signs blurred out, so we can't cheat with that. Can't see who's taking the photo either. It's a dude on an impressive rig. Let's take a look at the tracks. You know, try to be a little Rainbolt with his GeoGuessr over here. So my first thought is skiing. That means this is probably going to be... We'll just say broadly in Europe, and we'll see how that does for our first guess. Wrong. Okay. Ooh. Try North America. Okay, so we are in North America. Okay. So because of the pines, we know it's going to be somewhere in the north, so... I mean... Let's try, like, Saskatchewan, Alberta? No. So that means it's probably going to be... like, Quebec, Ontario? Yes. Okay, okay. So we're looking for a bunch of mountains. Don't really see any towns. Or roads, for that matter. So this has to be, like, out in the BFE. You know, this has to be, like, actually out in the middle of nowhere. Go for, like, something like... Okay, so that means it's probably gonna be somewhere, like, over here. No. Ooh. So we didn't see any lakes. Is it right here on the border? Oh. Not bad. It's over by Lake Placid, and we must be on the mountain, so we just can't see it. Not bad. Let's see. I think we'll do like one more of these. That way, you know, I can get like a full hour in of actually trying to, you know, reinforce my brain instead of breaking it down. Let's see. Let's look at video games. I mean, I play a bunch of video games, not as much as I like, but I play a decent amount. Let's see. I don't play Valorant. Ooh, there we go. Rundle plays RuneScape NPC, but I don't play that much RuneScape. I've watched a bunch of guys play RuneScape. Let's see. We're just gonna pick. Let's just go for Brunt the Chieftain. Okay. So it looks like it's gonna be southeast of the Fremnik Isles. Let's pull up a map of RuneScape. Okay, so we got the Fremnik Province over here, so we know it's gonna be south and east. So we're probably looking at like Taverley or Burthorpe. Let's see, what tab was that in again? Here we go, Rundle. So if we're looking for like a Taverley? No, nothing in Taverley. So Burthorpe, maybe? Or are we thinking further? Maybe like Faldor. Could be in Faldor. Or no, it might be someone as Garnia. So we know it's gonna be some dude though. Maybe out in the desert. Let's see. What do we have for desert? Let's try Zebak. See if that works. Or no. No, it has to be a human. And it has to be a male, so let's try Ali. Might be Ali. No earlier release date, but it is in the desert, so that gives us a good idea of who we're looking for. So if we're looking for a human who is a male, who is in the desert, it's either going to be Osmond or Simon Templeton. I'm gonna put $5 on Simon. Really, Osman? Not bad. And all it took was actually pulling up a map. Okay, so, as there's currently no one viewing, and I am currently just kind of sitting here waiting, I think we are going to fire up good old Astronauts once again, as that seems to do particularly well. And we'll also drop a link to our good friends in the Blue Bottle Games Discord. As we particularly enjoy going and breaking parts of their game and tossing that over to the developer, you know. Nothing more fun than doing that when something's in early access like this. Alright, we're going to load the game up and we're going to see if it goes and if it crashes. Alright, and let's swap over to the game capture instead. And there we are. But we will go and we will take a short break so that way I can get something to drink, and we will be right back.
India approach. This is Mike 2634 requesting IFR advisories with information Lima.
Mike 34, you are cleared for IFR approach. Maintain current course and decel.
And we are back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to Astronauts. It's been a while since we played the game. It's been a while since I actually did a live stream. The last live stream was a pretty big and fun one. Not a lot of people showed up, but that's a-okay. I know you're all busy, and it was in the middle of the week, and it was a little bit of a strange day. And I know the topics on stream have been a little bit controversial, shall we say, at the very beginning. But these things happen. And sometimes we're going to have to talk about unpleasant stuff. We will try to, in the future, keep it all hush-hush and not on the channel, though, because guess what? We aren't here to talk about real life. We're here to talk about video games. And what better video game to talk about than our favorite, Astronauts? So, the save did take from the last stream right before we crashed of what was it called? We cleared out like our $1 million worth of debt pretty much, so we got that all taken care of. So, goodness, what do we want to do? Well, we probably want to go. We probably want to install all these batteries real quick that we had on hand. So we'll just slap that into place. From now on, all we have to do is come up with the daily pay for our 2 crew members, which amounts to give or take about $500. I think I said I wanted to go and run some drills with going and just getting more crew members for us. But, I mean, that can happen at some point. I think we've spent long enough in the space station that we're just going to try to pay our bills and get out of here, because it's time. We need to get back out into space, and we need to start, you know, bringing stuff in to make actual profit this time. Which means some of the crap that we have on our boat is definitely getting left back out in space where it belongs. So, yeah, we don't need to top up on power. RCS is good, so yep, $400 there, and all of our fees should be paid up. So, let's hop on our nav station and get the hell out of Dodge. And then we just have to make sure that Dingus and Bingus, our 2 crewmates, are actually properly stocked up and set to go. But we'll deal with that in a minute, whenever we feel like it. Because first thing we have to do is we have to figure out where in the world is Carmen Sandiego. No, just kidding. Wrong game for that. So taking a look at things, it seems a little bit since we crashed, some of the stuff might have changed, which the reason why we took so long to get right back from our scheduled appearance is the fact that the game did actually crash in the meantime. So, you know, unstable she definitely is. And we can go, we can scooch away from OK Leg. Let that run for a second, and we will pick our next destination. So the things that everybody missed last stream, not much if we're being honest. What you missed was some Warhammer 40k Gladius, I want to say it was. That was fun. Turns out playing the whole game of that takes about 10 hours. And oh boy, was there a lot for me to learn with that game. Let's see, make sure that we cancel out our cross velocity. Range is good, bearing is okay. Much better. Perfect. Honest to goodness, it's been, honestly, just a real struggle out here. You know, we're living it, we're doing it, trying day by day. But I think the biggest struggle that we have right now is getting the DaVinci Resolve working. I don't know what it is about the program, but it just does not seem to compute with my brain. There's something that's very, very different about that compared to the HitFilm Express I have been using. Yeah, I'm not talking to you guys. Get back on the console. Today's stream is brought to you by Gamer Subs. Because what else am I going to drink when I'm this hungover and don't feel like making coffee? It's not bad, you know, we're drinking blue. Because what other flavor are you gonna drink? Admittedly, it does taste more chemically than I remember. But that is also probably because I quit smoking. And everything just seems to taste a lot more intense, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Bearing is still good. VCRS. Andrew, I don't care. Stop dragging me out of the damn thing. Slow down time one more time. And just like that, we get our VREL under 100 meters, or about 100 meters. Nope, hail ship. Hail this ship. Initiate docking procedure. Turn. And we are docked. Oh, thank goodness. Magic popper, so decent repair. Don't know what O maneuverability is, and one room. It's a medium-sized ship. Alright, Mr. Walsh. Where'd you put your helmet, dingus? What are you doing? Oh, there's already a bunch of parts out there. Where'd you even get that helmet from, man? Because your battery isn't even charged. we'll just repair the pellet feeder, I guess. I mean, we're gonna sell it for good money anyways. I'll take it. And that nav message is probably, oh, everything is in good working order. Have a good day, citizen. Or at least it better be, otherwise someone is getting shot at in space, because that's how we handle the cops around here. Don't blame me for being bloodthirsty and ruthless. I'm hungover, and a little bit more short-tempered than usual. Let's see what the fuzz want. What is it, Fuzz? What you got? What you saying? Yeah, that's what I thought. Go back to harassing other people who are, you know, out in space and probably doing illegal shit. Motherfuckers. Unless you want to throw hands with Captain Adam Walsh, space pirate extraordinaire. And we should be good on O2, so yeah, we're doing fine. We'll rip apart this ship, and we'll get, you know, Pittman and Gross to skadoodle on over and haul everything up. Did I ever... No, I never gave them back their break time. So, we're gonna go and we're gonna give them a few scheduled hours of relaxation and rest, because, you know, they're gonna have to sleep at some point. So we might as well give them a little bit. But not just yet. Let's see what we got. What do we have? We'll take some hygiene packs with us. Those will be useful. Take a set of cargo pants. And some trenchers while we're at it. It's manual for fusion. We don't need any more stir welders, if we're being honest. And they aren't even worth more than 150 bucks, so no. Well, let's start uninstalling everything. Tag that. We'll take the cooler. We won't try to take the transponder off of this one. Those never seem to come up well. I mean, it's a 1 in 5 chance. Not much you can do about it either way. Nope. You know, it'd probably help if I went and put them on auto task. And then since you're hungry, we can have you go and we can have you eat the delightful mystery meat that we just found on the ship. Let's see. Oh, another handgun. We'll always take another handgun. I mean, you know, we like the American solution to things. Another reactor fusion manual. turbo pump. We'll uninstall that. And we'll tag that and that. And then we'll just have to run through the ship, tag everything for hauling. Bada bing, bada boom. Bob's your uncle. Oop. Get back to work. I can already feel the caffeine starting to breathe some life back into me. Pittman, I do not care about your problems. I am your captain. I am not your friend. Your entire existence is to go and to repair and to haul the garbage I decide is worth money in space. That is all. It's like the butter robot from Rick and Morty, you know? Back from when the show was actually good and insufferable. And, well, I mean, the show is still pretty good and it's still insufferable. So, I mean, you know, not much has changed. Either way, I'm still not watching it. You know, your entire purpose is to haul things. That is it. That is all I want from you. If only sometimes life could be like that, you know, where you just got paid a nice daily wage to go and to do, the same thing over and over again. Some basic, simple task. But, oh, wait, oh, no. Now, this is the only politics I will ever ask anyone to bring up on the channel is the politics of fuck AI. Because we do not believe in the artificial intelligence. We do not believe in the machine mind on this channel. We are followers of the Butlerian Jihad from Dune. And we agree with the fact that if you cannot see something's brain or skull or where it's thinking from, you should not trust that thing. Because machines lie and machines are evil. That is it. That is all. Do not trust the machine. Fear the machine. Hate the machine. I don't know. I feel like AI is one of those things that it's a little too weird, you know, these days to think on what you're going to do with it or how you're going to have to interact with it. I mean, we've gotten to a stage where the entire hiring process for the most part has been replaced with a cold, uncaring robot that's programmed to be biased the same way its creators were biased. Which is kind of fucked up if you think about it, you know? We've gone from being able to, you know, sit down and talk to someone and potentially convince them with your life story or experiences that you are worth hiring and paying money to do work and things, you know? To now Wally goes, he takes one look over your resume and says, hey, you know, this guy's a rocket scientist with a PhD in, what's it called? What's something big these days? Like astrophysics or something like that, and the, moral justification of, I don't know, using Smucker's brand peanut butter. You know, you see my point. Like, there's no point to it. AI is, it's pointless. It's a waste. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It wastes people's time and money, you know? It's wasted my time, and I think that's, like, the most egregious thing is that it has wasted my time. You know, we only have a certain amount of time. honestly, I've genuinely been hit by what I would call like a little bit of the existentialism blues, because I realized, I'm 29. I was born in March, so, or we're about halfway through the year to my birthday again, Got about 7 months and a few days, something like that, 6 months and a few days. And I'm sitting here and I'm just like, wow, I'm close to having, spent a third of my life. And what do I know? What have I done? Why the hell am I so broke, Granted, I know why I'm broke. I spent all my money on food and shelter and bills and medical bills. Which, don't get me started on the American healthcare system and why that needs to change. Because, it's like going and putting a shark in a fish tank and expecting all your fish to be, alive after a week. I don't think that there's anything more predatory than the American healthcare system. Alright, we'll undock. And, I'm gonna hold off on railing through every, inconvenience in my life that causes me to spend, too much money that I don't want to spend for the next ship as we go and we fly through. I think the general plan is we're gonna head down kind of like south and east over here, if that's a direction. Then we're gonna head up north and then swing back west. And that should land us right in Okleg if we time it right. So we're going to zoom in so we can see our cube. Bring ourselves a little to the side. Try to make sure that we aren't hitting this. No, you see, I got lucky because I signed up for insurance because, you're in the kitchen for long enough and, you're just going to need it because, I chop a finger off or I get splashed with boiling water or boiling chemicals or boiling oil or something like that, or, something stupid, because that just seems to be the cooking industry, is sometimes stupid accidents happen. And frankly, after getting my new glasses, I'm surprised I haven't chopped a finger off, in the past 11 years of being in any kind of kitchen, especially the past 3-4, where I've been actually working with knives on a daily basis, 40 hours a week. I got lucky though, like I went in for surgery, pretty early on with the revival of the channel here. You can hear me talk about it a little bit. And we're not going to go into too much detail about it because no real reason to. As the long short of it is, I owe about like 2 or 3 grand in medical debt right now. And it's just ridiculous, Like, I have to make monthly payments to pay this back, and it's going to take me forever and a day to pay it back. In fact, I have medical bills I am technically dipping on and completely ignoring simply for the fact of I know I can't pay them. And, we're out here, we're working security, and goodness, I ended up having to walk out and quit the job yesterday because I have a blister that ripped on my foot. So I currently have a 1-inch long gaping wound on the bottom of my foot, which makes walking next to impossible. And I was just like, well, you know, I was going to try to last out an extra couple of days for my boss because, you know, she was a really nice person and I genuinely enjoyed the work. I enjoyed working with people. You know, security can be a fun job. It honestly can, you know. It's ridiculously simple. You just got to be there, be a, you know, bright, smiling, happy face, and make sure people are following the rules. It's not that hard, you know? However, apparently I just have cursed genetics when it comes to standing and being on my feet. Where if I'm on my feet for long enough, apparently I just can't function. And yesterday was one of those days where I got to a point where I was like, look, my bones hurt. And I'm not going through that again. You know, I've already had one set of inflamed bones in my body. In my feet due to overwork and other stuff like that. And I can't be working a job that irritates that same injury and those same portions of my foot again, you know. Otherwise, I will just end up completely crippled. You know, I want to have kids someday, you know. I want to be able to walk, to run, to, well, walk at the very least. Running is completely off the table. Funny enough, the last time I actually went to the podiatrist, who, yeah, no, I'm ignoring a bill from them too, let's be honest. They aren't going to see the $30 from the time I went into them. You know, it's just, I am apparently genetically cursed to never be able to run. I have high arches and a short Achilles tendon, which means I have so much tension across my foot that I should probably get foot surgery. But I also know that if you get foot surgery 9 times out of 10, it doesn't heal right. At least from what I've seen online. I don't know if they've come up with something new that makes it a little bit better. I would love to learn about that. And, you know, look into it more and see if I can't find more about that. Because, you know, I do want to try to improve my life. You know, I've got another good 50 years, let's say, before my brain box decides to give up the ghost. Hail ship. And we will start docking. Fantastic. There we go. Almost perfect bearing. Fantastic. But yeah, no, it's just you know, I can't afford the medical bills right now. I can't afford that. And it's not like I can physically afford to spend my health in such a way that I'd be able to work, you know, multiple jobs to be able to afford that. And then if I do, what am I supposed to do? Go in, get a surgery that makes it so that way I can barely walk or have to shuffle around in a wheelchair? Well, then I'm going to need help getting in and out of my car. I'm going to need help getting in and out of my apartment. And then I'm going to need help, yada, yada, so forth, for all these things for a lot of my life. And I don't have anyone, you know. It's just me and my cat that I got from an ex-girlfriend. Like, that's it. There is no real help. There is no friends I can really call for backup, you know? So what am I supposed to do? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna figure it out, man. Like, that's it. Because sometimes, you know, that's all you can do is you can just figure shit out. Keep going. But that's okay, you know? Not everything is so dire life and death when it comes down to it. You just pick up, you keep going, and eventually things will work out, right? You work hard, be honest. Tell the truth. Love the people around you, you know. Make sure they know that you love them. Make sure they know that you care about them. Try to talk to people more, you know. People don't talk enough. Or when they do, they don't talk about the right things. Or they, you know, hide the truth about things. No, just be honest with people. Tell them how you really feel. I mean, I know that is not always great, sagely, and, you know, genius advice. Trust me, I am fucking well aware that sometimes you probably should just keep your mouth shut and not say something. However, you know, life's too short to bullshit, in my opinion. I don't have the time to sit around and to wade through all the bullshit and to lie and to waffle back and forth and, you know, just be in the middle of stuff. No, I got a life to live. And I would rather live my life than not live it, you know? So just tell people the truth, live honestly, be happy. I saw this thing online, you know, we had a few months ago, like the horse maxing or gorilla maxing, where people eat like gorilla biscuits to try to get the ultimate pump and turn into the ultimate swole. Which is just some of the most ridiculous stuff I've ever heard. You know, you're out here, you're drinking electrolytes and eating gorilla biscuits. And the electrolytes are made for an animal that weighs almost a full ton. Hey Matthew, welcome to the stream. You just walked in on the middle of me going and doing some early morning or early afternoon ranting since no one's been in. So I'm just gonna kind of keep continuing on with that thought. I mean, it's just, life's too short, you know? Love the people you're around, tell the truth, don't bullshit. And, you know, don't think too hard about it all, either. You know, sometimes life really does need just the simple answers. You know, I saw some guy and, you know, I'm going to use the word he used just because it kind of is fitting. It kind of makes sense. He used the phrase retard maxing. Just going and not caring, just saying what you want, doing what you want, being who you want to be. And I mean, despite the use of what can be an offensive word, I mean, the guy's kind of right. Just stop caring so much. You can just do things. Look, I have no clue how to go and how to make just any kind of fancy dish that's out there. I have no clue how to go and just do anything beyond what I've learned, you know. I know my limitations. However, that shouldn't stop me, you know. It's 2025. We have access to the largest, and I do mean the largest repertoire of knowledge that we've ever had in all of human history right now. If you sit down and you think about it, with the internet and everything available, and we aren't including AI in that, because AI has been proven to go and to, you know, actually mess with people's cognitive functions and decrease them over time. So, very anti-AI, not a big fan. It's kind of cool for, you know, a few small art things, because I'm not an artist and I don't have the money to pay for artists right now. That's why the standard, like, end title card for videos is, you know, made with AI art. You know, I'll be honest, I'll tell you the truth. I don't care. But there's so much knowledge on the internet. There's so many people who have lived their own unique existence who have had the same thought as you, who have had the same problem as you, who have gone and experienced the same thing as you, that guess what? You will never, ever, for lack of trying, be alone. There is always going to be somewhere. You know, we'll take a Viceroy's poster. You know, that can be something fun, is we can try to collect some of the posters in the game. You know, you're never going to be alone in your experience in the world. There's always going to be someone out there who has some idea or a similar idea to what you're going through. And with us having, you know, access to all of those ideas and all of this knowledge, we are in one of the coolest eras humanity has ever gotten just the fortune to live in. You know? Nothing is impossible. You can learn to do anything and everything. The world truly is now more than ever your oyster. And I think that's pretty cool, you know? We are at such a precipice of, you know, the future for humanity that it's just... Thinking back to what I knew 20 years ago, 2005, I would have been barely 10 years old. What, that would have been like 4th or 5th grade, something like that. You know, I was already a pretty smart kid back then. You know, a little bit cocky, a little bit arrogant, thought I knew more than I did. But there's no way I could have predicted that, you know, 20 years in the future, I would be able to go on the internet and say, hey, I want to learn how to code, when I have done absolutely jack all with coding. I don't know a single thing about coding in the slightest. But I can go on YouTube and I can watch like a 12-hour video by one guy, and I can learn how to do Python. All of Python. From one guy on YouTube. And that blows my mind. You know, we have not, as a society, as a culture, as a, you know, whatever you want to go and whatever term you want to use, we have not had such a great opportunity to just learn from other people and to experience with other people and to grow in understanding. Like, we are in such a unique space in history, and I think it's amazing. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the future. I'm excited to learn more. I'm excited to grow more. I'm excited for everyone around me to grow more. You know, we're very far off, I think, from having, you know, like cultural unity across the world, because I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. You know, a very unfortunate thing that, you know, the reality of it is there's just way too many cultural differences between people. And that's kind of an okay thing, you know. It's those cultural differences that give us the society that we're in. So, you know, kind of cool, kind of fun, kind of neat. Also kind of bullcrap at times, you know, because some people value things more than other people. Or value different things more than other people. You know? I'm not gonna, like, name any specific cultures or anything like that because, you know, that's kind of digging into politics, and as we have said before, we do not do politics on this channel. If you want to do politics, you know, we can see about setting up a politics-only night, but it will not be related to any sort of video game or anything that we're doing then, you know? We are at such a unique stage in history. We're so close to being able to do anything and everything. As long as we put our minds together, as long as we put our backs together, as long as we all lift together as a team, you know. I think if humanity could come together for one common goal, my God, what we could do as a collective if we all came together, honestly, it terrifies me. It terrifies me to think about. I mean, Look at what happened in history. Um, with, oh, I don't know. Let's just say, for example, the World Wars. You know, we didn't know how to build a nuke before the World Wars. What did we do? We figured out how to build a nuke. You know, the idea of going and creating a device of such massive devastation was absolutely insane to the even to the people who made it, you know. Like there's you know, there were real concerns at the time from, you know, the people in Los Alamos. They did the calculations. You know, you probably, if you saw the movie Oppenheimer, you know about it, where, oh, hey, we could go and we could ignite the atmosphere. I want you to think about that. We almost went and made something so terrifying, it could have wiped out all of life on the planet. All because we decided that we didn't want to go and to drag out a conflict with someone. And that was just one nation bringing together, you know, some of the greatest minds of all time to one location to work on one thing. What would happen is if, as a whole, the 8 billion people of the planet, we all got together and we all lifted a little bit. And we all pitched in. And we all put forward our best effort. And we all put forward, you know, just the best of everything that we could do. It is my hope, you know, my genuine hope, to see in my time, before I die, you know, maybe if I have children, you know, in their lifetimes, while I'm still around, I would love to see just a unified Earth. People who care across the board about everyone else across the board. No more divisions, no more splits, no more craziness, no more fighting for the sake of fighting, killing for the sake of killing. Just true, genuine peace and love and, you know, just kindness across the planet. I don't know if any of this makes sense, or if I've just been ranting and raving like a madman for the past 10-20 minutes. I don't know. The hangover kind of makes it a little bit hard to focus right now. I'm not gonna lie. Because I know I've gone somehow from medical bills and AI to, what's it called? The Alamo, or the project at Los Alamo over in New Mexico for World War II, you know? But you know, I do think it, though. I think we're at a cool stage in history. We're at the border. We're at the precipice. We are right there. We are standing at the edge of the cliff, and we are looking down. And all I can see, and all I can think of when I look down, is just, wow. We have a long way to go. And we have a lot to do. And we can do it together. I don't know. I have hope for the future. I genuinely do. I think for the first time in years, you know, as someone who has struggled, just to find hope and optimism with all the bad in the world, I think that we are in such a beautiful place for the future. And I'm excited for it. I genuinely am, and I can't wait to see what the future brings. I can't wait to see what the future holds. And I can't wait to see what we do with it, you know? Just as long as we all collectively decide, in my opinion, that the thinking machines all the AI stuff, that needs to stop. We're wasting water, we're wasting electricity. Plus, I can't bring myself to trust things, you know? Now, should we use them for medical purposes? Absolutely. Because some of the stuff that, you know, they've been using the AI for with, like, medical studies, you know, it's able to pick stuff out that, you know, you and I would never have seen or noticed, which is fantastic. I just don't want Wally going and processing my job application, so... Especially at the job that I just left, the security company, they used AI to do a lot of their scheduling and their call-offs and stuff like that. I don't like that. You know, just give me an app, a regular old app, where I can say, hey, I punched in at this time to this time. Pay me X amount of dollars because I showed up and I did the work. You know? Not everything needs to be smart, too. That's another big thing. I guess today is the anti-technology rant day, you know? We're sitting here, you know, we love technology. We want to push ourselves to a future like this, you know? Where we have spaceships and we're out in space and we're doing cool stuff out in space. That seems like an amazing way to spend our time and effort, yeah? However, I don't need my toaster telling me exactly how toasty my toast is. I just want to be able to set it, forget it, and come back to my toast. If I burn my toast because I set it for too long, that should be my fault. Oh, absolutely in this game, some of the NPC AI absolutely needs tweaked. Here, let's see about moving the chat box to a different corner real quick. There we go. That should make things a little bit clearer for people watching the VOD at home and for people joining in. And I mean, to be fair, the game is still in, you know, 14.4.9. At least my version is. I don't know if they've thrown out any hotfix updates. I've disabled the manual, or the automatic updates for this game on purpose, because I've dragged this across 3 different early access builds, and it seems to be a bit spotty right now. Like, the last time we live streamed the game, it ended up crashing, and oh goodness, that was a nightmare. The entirety of the port ended up inside of Mescaform, along with my ship getting vanished and eaten by the void. That and the game was throwing up gang signs like crazy, so, you know. Ooh, and if we look, we're already starting to throw up some. That's all caused by overlapping items. So we're gonna have to see about selling this ship the fuck off as soon as possible. As much as I love the cube, for the sake of our future and being able to play the game, we might be emptying it out pretty soon of everything that we want, and then selling the rest. Because admittedly, sometimes you need to know when to say, hey, I give up. I mean, this save file is approaching like 5 or 6 days worth of gameplay, something like that. But now that we've, you know, cleared the debt out, that damn $1 million debt, we can actually move forward with our time and our money. We actually can do something achievable. And I do not care about Abby Pittman or Mr. Gross's feelings right now. Or ever. Do not bring it up again. Honestly, I probably should care about the moodlets of the crew, but I just cannot be bribed to care at this point in time. I know in the future I'll have to, 'cause, you know, obviously it's a large portion of the game, you know. You aren't doing this alone. You're meant to be a social character. And you're meant to have those relationships with your crew and with the people on the different stations and around you. And honestly, I do like it. I do. Oh, come on. I hit the clamps. So I haven't done it yet, but I do know that if you aren't careful doing stuff like that, you can and will rip your ship apart. So, you know, make sure you always actually decouple from whatever vessel you're about to use. And... No. Get back in the station. We are piloting the ship right now. I don't know why it exited out like that. See, my game is starting to get just a little bit buggy. Probably, you know, the save file being dragged across multiple builds, stuff like that. Probably the amount of time. I don't know. It also could just be, you know, the rough code that's causing it. That's fine. You know, these things happen. Let's see. Let's target our next ship. I'm thinking this one right here. Then we'll head down to our right to that one. And... yeah, I think we'll sweep up through here, just kind of go about willy-nilly. We're going to avoid all the ones that have already been identified, though, as I'm fairly certain that we have visited those. So we'll zoom in our ship, and we will get rolling. And yeah, no, I mean, admittedly, the AI is... it's better than it has been for this game. That much I can say with a lot of confidence and with a lot of love for this game. Because, well, I haven't noticed it because I just never cared. Apparently you could romance floor tiles or something like that during, like, super fast forward or something. And there was, you know, a few other goofy things like that. Where just, you know, there were strange interactions in the game that weren't meant to be in the game, that were just happening in the game, you know? But goodness. Goodness. You know, it's probably the, it's probably the fact that I don't, interact with most NPCs, more than I have to, that saved me from having to experience a lot of these issues. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see, we're gonna tinker with the stream just a little bit more. Let's see. We gotta find a nice hex code color for that. Something pleasant that will show up. Ooh, you know what? Let's go for a nice purple. Why not? Oh, it's NPC to NPC? That is very curious. You see, I have never run into that problem. Granted, I once again, I also think, and there if we refresh, that should be done on stream now. I also think it's because I just refuse to keep NPCs around more than I need to. So, I mean, we've kind of noticed, you know, I have killed off most of the NPCs who have been on my ship, if not all of them. Just because I don't like the NPCs in this game. Nothing against the developers and the NPCs that they've created, I just have a natural distaste for NPCs in any video game. Like, legitimately, I think in one of my favorite games I ever played, Fallout New Vegas, you know, good old classic, which we will definitely have to throw together, you know, some kind of wacky wasteland modded playthrough on the channel at some point. Oh, that is bizarre. No arms, no legs, no nothing, and then he just drops trowel? What the hell? That is pretty disturbed. I'm not going to lie. Let's see. I think we're still gonna have to go. We're still gonna have to mess with that chat box color, 'cause I just don't know what's going to be a good color. Because you want something bright enough to show up over the game. But something of a good eye-popping catching color. You know what? We're gonna use a little bit of a biology hack. So fun fact, the human eye can actually see, out of all the colors, the most shades of green. Green happens to be the most prevalent color that you can see. So we'll refresh that real quick, and there we go. Green is now applied. But that's why, you know, a lot of the like night vision and other early interfaces, you know, were all green. Plus, you know, it's kind of an easy color to go and do. Green's a very natural color. Blue is not. Blue is a very unnatural color, turns out. You know, aside from the ocean turning blue from the sunlight's rays getting trapped in it and filtered. Yada yada. So, you know, the longer wavelengths, shorter wavelengths do the thing in a way that I don't care to sit and explain, because, I mean, if you're watching this, there's a good chance you're an adult and you learned this stuff back in, you know, grade school. If there is an interest in me going and explaining, you know, science concepts, let me know. We'll see about doing something with that, you know. Maybe make it like drunk science or something like that, you know. See about finding an old grade school textbook or something. Maybe borrow one from my nephew. And we'll just go and we'll have a just a silly time of it, you know. Let's see, we've got about 3 minutes ETA. That's fantastic. Let's slice that down just a little bit. Oh, you better not go. You better not touch my ship. If he touches my ship, I'm going to have to board his ship and kill him for touching my ship. And then we're going to strip his ship for parts. I mean, we might still do it anyways. I'm not going to lie. It'd be good money. It'd be good money. Honestly, I don't even remember what I was talking about. I really should not go and make cocktails and then proceed to drink cocktails late at night like I did. Goodness gracious. Let's slow that down. Hail ship, hail the local. Initiate docking. Okay, so our bearing is, give or take, about perfect. There we go. No, honestly, I think when it comes down to it, if we want to go, if we want to rant about anything, I can say this much. I am hopeful for the future. And I'm hopeful that cooler heads will prevail. And oop, we might have just rammed the shit out of whatever's on that ship, so be prepared for a lot of damaged goods here. Damn it. This is why I shouldn't drink and fly a starship. Dulls my reflexes. Okay. So we'll tag out the thrusters. We know we can get about 5 grand. That's a Muria. That's worth about 32k. Let's see. What do we got in these bins? We're looking for PDAs. Because I actually just found one on that last ship or the ship before. And those things can be worth a pretty darn nice penny. Well, I did find something that was actually slowing down the performance of the game, and you'd be surprised. It's actually the PDA, of all things. If you have a PDA, and you are like me, and you like to pack rat any data files and stuff like that that you end up finding while you're out and about in the wilds, make sure you just sell them all. I mean, I think the devs have, you know, plenty enough resources for the game. Not to say that they don't need more support or they don't need more people, you know, helping process the code and bug test and stuff like that. I mean, we are the bug testers. You know, that's what I think is one of the coolest things about being able to play this game at this stage and being able to be part of the Discord at this stage, you know. I am here, you're here, and we're all in this together, and we're all working with the devs to make this a better game. And I mean, they do have, you know, I want to say, I don't want to say the game studio is too successful, but I do want to say, you know, they do have a successful game studio, you know. This isn't the first game that they've made and released, and I doubt it'll be the last. They'll probably do this and maybe like 1 or 2 other games. I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts, you know. Besides, with something like this, you know, having more resources isn't always a benefit. Because sometimes, you know, when you set up a project and you put stuff together, especially that's with such a unique aesthetic as astronauts, you know, it's kind of understandable in my mind that it's going to take longer to make this game. And you're going to want to be careful who you bring in to make that game with you. Because, I don't know, cassette futurism, which I think is the official title that's kind of been given for the style of the game. I mean, it's not like Blade Runner, you know. Blade Runner has its own unique futuristic style. Star Wars has its own unique futuristic style. Same with Star Trek, you know. This game is all a product of one set of visions by, you know, a small group of people. And I don't know. I don't know if having more resources would be good for it, or if it might change some of the ways that vision is put together and crafted into, you know, the game now and what it would be in the future. I don't know if it'd help or if it'd hinder it, you know? It's a lot to think about. Like, I know in the background, technically I am working on making my own video game. And it's patterned after a lot of the same, you know, survival crafting games that are out there. See, that's where it gets interesting, though. They did have a website at one point, Bluebell Games Forums, but I don't know what happened to it. I just know that it is now gone, and you can no longer access anything from that website. Which, for their other quite popular game, one that we've seen on the channel, and honestly I gotta see about bringing back and playing more of, Neo Scavenger. You know, there were a crap ton of mods on there, some that you could only find on there that have now permanently disappeared into the aether. They are, for all intent and purpose, lost content, you know? And that kind of happens. But it's also, you know, kind of okay. I mean, sometimes you move forward and you get rid of things. Sometimes things aren't just needed anymore, you know? That's something I'm learning the more I grow older, you know? I've been very much a pack rat for most of my life. I've held on to an astounding amount of my childhood and everything from my childhood home. Like, I want to say my dining room table is the same one I ate at up until the day I moved out from my parents' house. After Mom passed and Dad had, you know, got together with his girlfriend at the time, they were moving out to, you know, somewhere out east or west or north or south or wherever the hell they were moving. Ian and Dave and Bob and Stacy and Carol. Because there's always Carol going down to HR, you know, banging on the door. Throwing out names just for fun and shits and giggles there. You know, none of my family. None of those names are in my family. It's just all good fun. I don't know. It's just everyone moves on. And sometimes you just gotta let things go, you know? I think that's an important part of life, is learning to let go of things. Like, I'm looking at what I have to do because my lease is up in about a month and 6 days. So that means somehow I have to come up with the money not only to move, but I also have to come up with the money to, you know, be able to move my stuff. You know, I can rent a classic U-Haul truck for that, but I don't remember how much those cost. But then, like, Matthew, like you brought up, you know, time is another resource. It's another thing you can spend. How much time do I want to spend moving? Because honestly, I'm not... The more I move, the older I get, the less time I want to spend moving. You know? So like right now, I'm genuinely considering throwing out about a third of everything that I own. Having a serious heart-to-heart with myself and with my crap and being like, do I absolutely need this? And I have a feeling that it was something like that happened with the Blue Bottle forums, you know, where the devs sat down one day and they were like, you know, do we really need this? Does this really need to be around? Why are we maintaining this, you know? Don't even get me started on California. Everything's expensive in California. And I can tell you why, too. This is the only political message on my entire YouTube channel that I will say is 100% acceptable to have. And that is, California is a communist state, and they are a communist-run republic. Or whatever the hell you want to call it. And I think the entire thing should be just pushed into the ocean and sunk to the bottom of the sea. There is nothing redeeming about California. There's nothing redeemable about California. You know, people say, oh, but there's Hollywood, there's Los Angeles, there's all the tech companies. And I'll tell you right now, I genuine belief those tech companies and Hollywood and all that other crap are the source of a lot of the world's problems right now, you know? We don't need a billion tech companies. We don't need a billion movie stars and starlets going and saying, this is what you should believe on TV. Because that's just, no. Look, if we go back to Rome, because all roads lead back to Rome. Being a literal prostitute was seen as a more honorable job than being an actor. And my God, if that just isn't the perfect metaphor for 2025. You know, I think we should be careful, you know, on who we listen to. Genuinely. I don't have all the answers. I know I don't have all the answers. Should you listen to me if I think I have all the answers? I don't know. That's your choice, your decision to make. But the only thing that I will definitively encourage is we should just push California into the sea. I'm sorry, when the average cost of living in California is, and you know, I'm going to look this up. Okay, so we got our Google average cost of living, California. So the average cost of living in California is approximately $64,000 per year, which breaks down to about $5,403 per month. For reference, if I go and if I manage to get the job that I'm hoping I got and I can get, and I can figure out how to do sales, which I don't know. We'll see if I can figure that out. If I do, at least for them, and I know this is going to sound like an abysmal payout rate because it is, it's like 0.5%. If I manage to do $1 million in sales for a mortgage company, refinancing people's mortgages, I get about $5,000. If I work at any sort of company paying about $18 an hour, that works out to about $2,400 a month. Working, you know, 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, you know, every single week of the month. That means the average, on average, cost of living in California to be able to live at $5,403 per month, you'd have to be making at least $42 an hour, something like that, working 40 hours a week. How the heck is, you know, your average living wage the amount of, you know, most low level, just, you know, office jobs with drones? And, you know, you're right, Matt. You know, it is a beautiful state. There's a lot of beauty out there. I love the redwood trees and the giant sequoias that are out on that side of the country. I've never been to Yosemite. I would love to go. I would love to visit. Same with all the mountain ranges and stuff like that. But I don't know. Just an average of $40 an hour to be able to live, though, and just do your life. Like, that's bad shit, man. Like that is just absolute bad shit. And then let's think back to some of the more notable things in like the past few years. It's like they increased the taxes. Ooh, an ultra large ship. Nice. That means a lot of loot coming around. We can probably get a full reactor off of this if we're lucky. But they did something like, oh yeah, you get charged more taxes, yada yada, something like that, for food service industry, and you have to pay a certain amount unless you bake bread. Which, first off, let's all admit, that is blatant favoritism being shown by Gavin Newsom to Panera Bread, I think it was. Oh, that is a person. So who are you? I mean, 26 an hour is, that's pretty good. But just considering that difference, that blows my mind. Alright, so as this person has decided to choose violence, let's make sure that we keep that on us. Okay, we're just gonna ignore that and pretend we didn't see it. Alright, so we got 13 bullets. That should be enough. I mean, let's see what's up first, before we go gunning random space person down. Yeah, no, you're trying to rob me. I am actually just going to shoot you. And now you're blacking out. So, yeah. Cool. How well did that one work out for you, dummy? Do. Goodness, they genuinely thought they stood a chance. I mean, that's cute, genuinely very cute. And that's honestly, that blows my mind that it's taking you 15 years to get to 26 an hour. I've been working food industry for 11 years and I barely just got to like 18, 19 an hour. Now, luckily the state I live in, that is very much a reasonable, livable wage, but I don't know, with inflation and the way everything's been going up in price, especially the cost of housing, it blows my mind to think that there is definitely going to be a point in time where I cannot go and I cannot afford um, just to live, you know, with standard work salary from just any old place. You know, it'd be different if I had, you know, someone to help me out, if I was in a relationship with someone and, you know, we were living together and we were splitting all the bills, but that's just, there is a lot to that, and I just don't have that in me right now. Not at this stage. I've tried to get there, I have. And eventually, I assume I'll find someone who wants to tolerate my, you know, rants, raves, and every other insane, inane thing that I have going on in my head. But, you know, I know that's going to be a few years. You know, life takes time, you know. It's so short, but it's also the longest thing you'll ever do. And it will pass you by in the blink of an eye and not give two fucks as it flips you off. You know? I think that's one of the harshest realities that anyone has to face. Is that of all things, the cruelest thing out there is time. Time is a very harsh mistress, and oh my goodness, does it ever so much love to say, go fuck yourself. You know, time waits for no man, the classic saying goes. And it's true. Speaking of time, I need to go to the bathroom, so we will be right back. I'll put on some background tunes for you guys, and we will be back. And we are back. You know, Matthew, I definitely agree with you. So small factoids about Oz that, you know, you guys get to learn about from my personal life. That normally I don't like to expose myself like this. I dated someone who was, you know, like 6 or 7 years younger than me. The only time I've ever dated someone that much younger than myself as an adult. And by God, I will never make that mistake again. They went through the COVID era of, you know, schooling. Yeah. And just, oh God, phew. Apparently they cheated their way through schooling. And they did not. As an adult, I can very clearly say, and I can very firmly say, that I was disappointed in the lack of just knowledge that they had, you know, in general. Like, I don't want to shame, you know, people for not knowing things and not understanding things, because, you know, that's not a good way to live your life, and it's not a good way to treat other people. However, I just feel like people should have a certain level of intelligence and a certain level of understanding of things before they're allowed out into the world to be independent adults. And this person very, very much did not have any sort of real understanding. There's that person is actually very firmly, because, you know, I went and I moved, you know, heaven and earth pretty much to get them to come move in and to be my roommate and, you know, to be my live-in partner. And it turned out that, well, not to be too mean about it, but like Grandma always used to say, you can't fix stupid. And that's just the honest truth, is you cannot fix stupid. And that person wasted money, they wasted a lot of different things, and they never got it. It just, I don't know. Our schools have never been too great. I mean, not unless you're going for like one of the private schools, and then if you go to the private schools, well, guess what? You know, some of those kids act so much worse than the kids in the public schools, but in different ways. Like in my particular high school, we, for some reason, had a really bad heroin problem, apparently, while I was in high school. Do you know how insane it is to say, yeah, I was, you know, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. How big is... Oh, holy shit. This is a massive ship. It is an ultra large. Honestly. You know... Why do I have a feeling that this one would be kind of nice to fix up? I'm not gonna lie. Kind of a nice ship. But between, like, the advent of AI just making things, you know, too easy, where now you look online, you scroll through the YouTube shorts or TikTok or Twitter or Instagram or whatever the fuck you want to, and you can see 1,000,001 cases of students just cheating and using AI. They don't think, they don't use their brains. And it all just kind of started around COVID, you know? And now you also have people like me and people in the younger generation starting to have mysterious cancers, mysterious like illnesses that they just can't explain, getting tired more often, yada yada, so forth. Like, there's just COVID messed up so much more than we will ever understand, and it's going to be our grandchildren's grandchildren who come around and realize, holy shit, that was an entire generation or two that just got absolutely screwed and just thrown off a cliff, you know? Plus, I feel like, you know, with homeschooling, especially, you're able to control more of just what influences your child. I think a lot of what people should do, controversial opinion, you know, with your children is you should sit them down and you should have them watch Mr. Rogers growing up, you know? Mr. Rogers, I think, is one of the most fantastic human beings on the planet. The man would announce that he was feeding his fish because one of his viewers was a blind girl who couldn't watch his show directly, so she would just sit and she would listen to the show. So he would announce, oh, hey, I'm feeding my fish, because he cared to make sure that, you know, at least one girl knew that he was feeding and taking care of his fish. You know, it's kind of been like one of the leading things in my life, weirdly enough, is, you know, be the person Mr. Rogers would want you to be. At least in some cases, you know. I still try to be my own person, but, you know, I try to think if I'm ever a little confused on what I should be doing in a situation, I just kind of sit down and I think, you know, what would Mr. Rogers tell me to do? You know, what would that man say? Hey, you know, maybe you should do this. You know, I try to reach out from the best standpoint I can to treat people the most fairly I can. I just treat people like they're human. But at the same time, oh dear God, I hate having to deal with people. I genuinely do. Because some part of society at some point just kind of decided that they didn't care or they didn't want to care, and they stopped caring. And they stopped using their brains. And it's not, you know, like a specific race or culture. It's across all of them. And everything's become so insanely tribalistic and separatory that it blows my mind. Like, I don't know. When I was growing up, you know, we heard the Martin Luther King speech. You know, I had a dream. Granted, it turns out now, looking through the released files from, like, the Fed and shit like that, he was actually quite the horrible person, apparently. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt, if you will. But there was one line in that speech that has stuck with me since, you know, I was in 5th grade. And it's, you know, I pray yada yada. It was something like, I pray that there is a day where a man is not judged by the color of his skin, but by the content of his character. And I have tried to live by that statement, you know. At least the older I get, I try to live by that statement. When I was younger, I definitely was a judgmental little prick, to be fair. And I think I'm actually quoting an anime abridgment here when I say this. Most people in their early 20s are sociopaths, you know. They don't care. They don't give a shit. They're still children. But, you know, I think that's the right response. I think the response that we should have to modern society and the way the world is changing is, you know, we should accept people for who they are, but, you know, sometimes accepting people for who they are doesn't mean you accept them into your home. You know, I think there are societies out there that, while it would be nice to be involved with them on the world stage and to bring them into our homes, I don't necessarily think that we should. I mean, I don't know. It's a complicated thing. But when you look all throughout history and you study everything, there are just societies that never meshed well together, right? You had the Spartans and the Athens always pissing and fighting each other back in Greece, right? Rome probably had their own version of the same bullshit, right? And it's been like that through all time, you know? There's always been one group of people who have said, I don't like this group of people because of XYZ. And that's natural. That's just kind of the way life works, you know? Not everyone is going to sit down, shake hands, and sing bloody kumbaya, you know? And that's okay. You don't need to sit down and, you know, sing kumbaya with everyone. That's fine. That is an acceptable thing. Doesn't mean, you know, you should absolutely just reject and scorn those people for who they are. It just means, you know, guess what? Maybe they aren't invited to the fucking camp out. You know, they're not invited to the, what is it? The cookout, I think is the term people like to use these days. You know, you're not part of the barbecue squad. You don't get to have my, famous, barbecue bacon potato salad. Like, I make a killer potato salad. It takes me an entire day to sit down and make. I do everything from scratch. You know, boiling and chopping the potatoes. I buy all the ingredients. I chop and prepare them fresh. I make a homemade mayonnaise, and I let it sit from the day before the event up into the event in my fridge to marinate and get to know each other. You know, it's kind of sad. Barbecuing is like the one thing I don't have any skill with. I have never really done the whole grilling thing. Just never had time to develop skill with the grill. Let's see, if we pick this up, we can check out its inventory. It doesn't have anything. It is worth $800 though, so I don't know, we might see about taking that with us. I don't know, I'm trying to do a space to cost analysis on it in my head. At one point for this game I was really good about that, but for right now I think we're just going to focus on like the big stuff like reactor parts. I know these are only 2 tiles for the thrusters, so the thrusters are worth it. Honestly, if everything could only be fixed by, you know, having a barbecue and sitting down and shaking hands and, you know, having a pool party, you know. Ooh. You see, I've never smoked anything, but I can tell you right now, my pork butt, I do a killer pork butt. I go and I cook that thing to low and slow. It is an all-day affair. Pork butt roast to 200 degrees internal, and my rub is absolutely just out of this fucking planet. That is the one thing I am very confident in, is my pork butt rub. From what I remember, it was something like it's been a few years because, you know, it's all kind of gotten a little bit more expensive. And now hitting the visor button allows you to go and scroll through things, so it's kind of like a little cheat almost. So we can see more vents up there that we want to rip out, and a few more thrusters over here, some batteries. Okay, you know, we're just gonna use this, try to speed this up a little bit, because this is a massive ship, massive. Helmet, motherboards, yeah, nothing really. Okay. Okay. That was an interesting little thing. Apparently, couldn't get out of that. Fascinating. Nah, honestly, the state of the world's affairs right now, honestly, it's one of those things that just genuinely has me in such a sad mood anytime I truly sit down and think about it, because, you know, if we all sat down and worked together, we could do such amazing things together. You know, it's not that hard. Just sit down, shake hands, play nice, and if you don't like someone, then move away. I thought I tagged that one up. Here, we'll hop back to this. So I know I tagged this one up, and I tagged this one. So I think this is the by weight or price right now. Yeah, no, it's just 2 helium tanks I want to. Yeah, 2 helium tanks. We're definitely going to take those. Those are very much worth the money. And apparently that's kicking off a little bit of heat, I guess. Because I guess this is the heat vision. Interesting. Alright, so we'll just go speed this up. We'll let him do his thing. Scrolling a little, so that way we can just follow him around. There's no way I would leave behind any of the, you know, helium or deuterium tanks at this point. You know, they're usually worth good money, and we have enough on our ship to be able to do everything I want to with my ship, so it's not like I need it personally anymore. It's just straight pure profit at this point. Yeah, I want to say I have like a tier 3 or tier 4 chip for my PDA at this point. Like, I'm actually doing pretty darn good. Yeah, I have the tier 3 and then I have the damage visibility installed. I don't know what the highest level is, but I know I'm like pretty darn close to having like the highest level of chips. I would love to see about finding like the tier 5, if that is what it is. You see, I'm actually starting to think that the nav stations just aren't worth the money to repair and take in. I know they're worth about 13,000, but the amount of parts that you need to fix them up, especially considering the fact I already have like 3 or 4 of them on my ship. I mean, this helium tank, if we fix it up, with the amount of helium that's in it, it's worth about $10,000. This helium tank, I mean, that one's worth about $17,000, and all I have to do is drag these onto the station and sell them, you know? Ideally, though, we want to try and save the space on the ship for, of all things, a, oh, what's it called? If we get lucky enough, another set of cargo. Because the last time we were out, like out like this, going and ripping stuff from ships, we found 27 cargo containers, and that's how we were able to pay off the $1 million of death pay benefits that, you know, we owed out to people. Which, granted, that still took forever and a day to bloody accomplish. And honestly, using the parts on the derelict is probably a good idea, but I tend to use up all of the space I already have, just with going and, there we go. Tag these up for hauling. At least I hope that'll tag them up. I tend to use every single bit of space that I have to store stuff. Also, cargo pods, if you are unaware, the best way to get your maximum bang for your buck out of them is you actually do want to haul them onto OK Leg and sell them directly to the, what's it called? Cargo pod sale thing. So you sell them straight to the cargo pod trader, like you haul them over there physically. I had some that were worth about 15,000. I got like 27K for them. You know, I think that's probably one of the funnest parts of this game is just making the numbers go up. You know? Oh yeah, absolutely. You do not want to sell... You want to sell most stuff from the barter zone, but when it comes down to those cargo pods, you don't want to sell those from the barter zone. If you sell them from the barter zone, you're losing money on that. I don't know exactly why, I couldn't tell you why, but apparently hauling them physically into the cargo pod trader is where you make your money at. No, I've been learning a lot about this game, especially by just going through the Discord and seeing what people have to say about stuff, and you know, just experimenting around. Like sometimes you can get better prices on selling fully repaired items to the license kiosk, because that will only accept, you know, highly repaired items or, you know, in perfect condition items. You know, but you know, a lot of times if you head over to the black market instead, they will give you, you know, like, instead of, you know, God, I'm trying to work it out. So, like, the salvage kiosk, they'll give you about 10% to, like, 20% of what something's worth. The license kiosk will give you about 30 or 40%, something like that. The black market will give you, like, 60 or 70%. Honestly, I'm actually kind of hoping that we can run into some of them out here. And we can get more cargo pods, because honestly, I'd love to go and sell off the cube to buy, like, a stupid expensive ship. I mean, I've put a couple 100 hours into this game, and I've only run into them once myself. So it's not like they're... Or it's not like it's been a common occurrence for me, you know? So let's see. Skip through a lot of the stuff on Steam. So let's see. For astronauts, yeah, it says I have about 104 hours put into this game right now. It's not bad, honestly. It genuinely isn't. Love the game. Would never change anything. You know, so far with just continuing to slog my way through it. Honestly, I'm not even sure what, like, the main goal of this game is at this stage, or what I should be, like, aiming to do. I'm just kind of running through and just grabbing crap to sell mostly, you know? Like, that's the entire goal right now, is just get money and sell. So, I've been over this a few times. The way that you get it to show you how much stuff is worth, and the way you kind of figure that out, there we go, is this fun little skill right here, Skilled in Business Admin. You can find that in a notebook at the, so it's going to be that business admin skill, though. You can find it in a notebook that is sold sometimes that you can have your characters study. And let me just say that it is very useful to have because it allows you to prioritize, you know, the stuff that's actually worth money. But also, over time, you end up learning different ways to farm money. You know, the bullet farmer has his ways. One of the things I did find that's a, like, surprisingly decent way to go and get money is the floors and the conduits, actually. You can make a surprising amount of money off of selling flooring and conduits to the kiosks. But that business admin skill, though, as far as stuff goes, like, it is bloody cracked. And I almost wonder if I wouldn't be able to, or if they might change it up, because I know there are some skills in the game that aren't, here, we're going to swap to this for a second, just to make sure that we're tagging everything up to Hall. You see, I don't know what it's called, because, whenever I get the skill, I always get it in the opening of the game. So I haven't tagged these for uninstall yet. So we'll tag that, because that's more nitrogen. Nitrogen always sells for a few grand. And we need the money. And then we just gotta make sure that we scroll through and we tag all this stuff up for hauling again. Yeah, it's already tagged. Fantastic. There we go. Molto bene. I have zero idea what he's... Why would you take such a long way around to get to that pump? I got nothing there, bud. What are you doing, you goofy goober? There we go. All that's tagged up, and now we just wait. I'd love to get the other two working on this as well, but I don't know. I'm just too lazy today to try and micromanage them as well. So I'm just going to let them do whatever the hell they want for a day or two. But honestly, you know, I do like it. I do like going and having a crew in this game. It really does unlock more of the game to have people to do the adventures with you. It should just pop up sometimes on ships. Like I managed to find the engineering book on a ship. I don't remember what ship it was. It's all kind of random, to be honest, where you find stuff in this game. Sometimes it'll pop up directly. Oh my goodness. You are not low. Stop complaining about it. If I scroll out far enough to see the ship, and I look at this, and you are close to or within acceptable parameters, you should shut up. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine that it's going down to 75. Honestly, just shut up. Nobody cares. Everything is fine. Do I need to overpressure the ship with nitrogen? Probably. It's gonna annoy the hell out of me. If anything, I'll tell you right now, the sound of that nitrogen alarm going off is probably what's going to cause this stream to end when it does. Because the low pressure alerts are damn annoying. But the skilled in business admin, like, it's probably some form of, like, business admin notebook or something like that. Apparently it takes a few hours to study, so it's best to have your character read that and then use a super fast forward for, you know, slow long hauls or, like, torch drive jumps. I'm just trying to think and figure out right now, you know, what do I want to do with the rest of today and with the rest of today's stream, because, you know, there's just a lot we could do, you know? I mean, the books are good. You should probably just keep a copy of each, especially the manuals. But after a certain point, you just don't really need them. You start to learn the stuff and you start to remember it, you know? To be honest, it's actually really good to, when you get crew, to go and to train them. I mean, it takes a while to get them competent with stuff. But I've like managed to get their repair rates up from, you know, a 1.1 all the way up to like a 6.6 or something like that for restoration. Another big tip I can give you is watch the tools that you have, because you only realistically need 3 or 4 different tools. If you can get your hands on a Weber, a angle grinder, and a power drill, the only other thing you need is some form of crowbar. And if you like melee in games, which I'm not the biggest fan of in most games, you can carry like a cutlass on you or something like that to use as your pry bar. But like I say, a lot of the books and stuff, apparently they'll just appear on OKLeg in the scrap kiosk or the supply kiosk, apparently. It's just kind of a random chance roll if they appear or not. You can probably find them in the black market as well, and the what's it called? The flotilla. They might have it as well. Oh, goodness. The alarms for the ship need a lot more customization, in my opinion. That's something I hope to see in the future. I'm excited to see in the future, you know? Is just how much we can set the ship up and how much we can control and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, I actually don't think... You know, honestly, that's actually a good thing, especially with the recent update to the dating stuff. I mean, it gives you a viable reason to go sit, hang out, and talk with them, especially if you make it back and, you know, you still have time until the black market refreshes and they're not selling anything useful. You might be able to go and just, you know, get out all of the intimacy needs that your guy has or gal has, or they have, so that way you aren't, you know, just drawing dicks on everything because your character got too bored in space. It's also kind of funny right now because my character is running around with his ex-boyfriend in space. Honestly, the one thing I wonder about with this game is just why it's such a slow game sometimes, you know? Not that it's a bad thing. But this game inevitably is a very, very slow and lengthy game. It takes a lot of time to play. Or it takes no time at all to play. You know, it all just kind of depends upon the person. I tend to be a bit more meticulous and careful than most when it comes to playing games. And just making sure I get and do as much as I can. You know, I try to be a bit completionist with things. Not too crazy completionist, you know. Just enough. Oh my goodness, for the love of Pete, just shut it. With all the alarms. I do not care about the alarms. Go away with the alarms. You know, we're going to see if we can't do something about that too, because I've actually never looked at the control panel for that crap. So there's a chance that I'm just missing some sort of setting on there that can make them shut up for really long periods of time. Okay, cool. Now that that's all done, before we throw Adam, I'm sorry, back on an auto task. There we go. We're going to look at the control panel on these. Yeah, no, it's just a generic alarm override. See, we should be able to set the amount of pressure it takes to set off the alarms. Or we should be able to have just more in-depth what's it called? Atmospheric control system. Some of the stuff, it just feels clanky in a weird way. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the right one. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pump the place up with nitrogen. Fuck it. We'll introduce nitrogen toxicity to the environment. Because if I overpressure the nitrogen, there's no way... well, there's no downside to it, you know? Though admittedly, that 0.1 kilopascal of CO2 does me a little bit of a spook. I mean, I know I have a CO2 scrubber on the ship, but I probably need a second one just to be able to get everything to work properly. So, you know, while that's running, we'll throw Adam on the auto task, and we'll get the rest of that crap hauled back over. Go, boyo. Fetch. I see, there are probably much better things I could be doing with my hangover time here. And I would start to sing that song, but I am deathly afraid of getting smacked in the mouth with a copyright strike on any of my videos, so as much as I would love to use my dulcet tones to serenade the audience, we will try to be avoiding all of that for the greater good of fuck the corpos. I refuse to pay out money that I do not have to corporations. If that means I miss out on, events and things in life, then so what? Don't always have to buy everything, you know? Don't always have to experience everything. I think I got disillusioned at one point with society, and just the amount that everything costs. Oh no, come on, there's no way I wouldn't know Pump Up the Jam. I was born in, the mid-90s. I lived through the early 2000s. Most of my coworkers that I've actually enjoyed working with were in their mid-30s. And we listen to a lot of just a lot of everything. A lot of 90s, a lot of R&B, a lot of your classic jock jams. I think once we legitimately put on the Jock Jam CD at work, if I remember correctly, it was pretty fucking hilarious. Alright, there we go. That is another ship done and dusted. So let's hop on the nav station. Yeah, no, honestly, I don't want to go. I don't want to say, the older generations and the older everything had it just a little bit better and everything was a lot better. Because, honestly, it's not true, life changes and not everything that's from the past was better than what we have in the present, but also not everything we have in the present is better than it was in the past. You learn from your mistakes, you grow. Though I will say, a lot of the older music is just so much better. I'm sorry, I don't want to go, I know a lot of the music industry from time old. Everything recorded. I mean, you have old songs about women going and singing about their, bits and bobs, we'll call it. And what men like about them. You have that one classic song by the guys singing, she's got style, she's got flair, she's got, personality. And you know exactly what they mean when they say personality. It is not personality, but it is personality. It would kind of be fun to go and to engage the thruster on our reactor, but I'm not going to, because I feel like that's probably a bad idea. That's another thing, is how much the reactor costs. Dear God, the amount of fuel that we need. No, the one thing I can say, though, for a fact, I enjoy modern, like less than mainstream music, But I also hate what TikTok has done to music. A classic example is you look at Baby No Money. the dude's got great flow, and he's got, you know, a great sense of rhythm and rhyming and everything, and he makes some really catchy songs. That's good and all, you know? However, when it comes down to it, his songs feel empty and hollow because the man himself is empty and hollow, you know? There's nothing of substance to him. You look at all of his interviews and he's like, "Yeah, no, I created that exactly for this, you know? I aimed to do this. There's nothing behind just going and making music anymore just to make music. Everything's a political statement or a diatribe or some kind of condemnation, or it's, you know, people going and singing wet ass, you know." And I'm just like, what happened to music? What happened to just making silly songs about silly things? You know, the real banger of an album? It's Silly Songs with Larry. Oh, where is my hairbrush, you know? Barbara Manatee. I mean, I know it's silly to bring up, you know, the VeggieTales music from when I was a kid, like it was actually good music, but I mean, you have to admit, if you lived through it, it was actually a pretty solid banger. Ooh. You see, Eminem is a hard one to talk about because he is as good or better than he used to be rhythmically, if that makes sense. However, I feel like his intent behind his music has changed a lot. You know, it's definitely, you know, he's grown older, he's grown more introspective, and he's, you know, started to figure out more of who he wants to be in the future and who he doesn't want to be. And that, you know, some of the stuff he did as a kid is just not who he wants to be, and that is understandable. But like I don't know, he's only had like a few banger songs that I've liked recently. Um I'm trying to think. Songs to be Murdered by side B. The one where he uses the Alfred Hitchcock theme. That was a fantastic banger of a song. Alright, we're gonna slow that down. Because I am actually looking up the Sabu song because goodness, I don't remember that one, so here, give me a second. Oh my goodness. That I just watched the first minute of that song, and that just the wave of nostalgia that song came out swinging with, I was not prepared for. That gave me like almost traumatic flashbacks to VBS as a kid, you know. Like, oh my goodness, that takes me right back, right to the childhood. Okay, we are within distance, so let's hail and dock. Fantastic. We're gonna slow down. Cancel out our cross velocity. Check our bearing. And we are perfectly lined up. Hell yeah, we are exactly where we need to be. You know, that's one of those things that I'm gonna have to like actually look into, because you know, I do come from a very musically diverse family. A Ceres Max. Okay. The more sinned against than sinning. D7E. So rough shape, ship maneuverability, 7 tagged rooms. Honestly, learning how to read that has honestly opened my eyes for this game, and just like how much value I can pull out of ships. Alright, so we take the battery, swap the battery out, and we'll throw these 2 crap batteries in as well. We'll just have to see about repairing them at some point. Alrighty, Mr. Walsh. Once more, onto the breach. Okay, so I've been on one of these before. There should be a reactor, give or take, right around here-ish. You know, all bets are off on whether or not it's actually in salvageable condition. Ooh. Field coils already stripped out. Don't mind if I do. You know, that's another reason why I want to see eventually in the future about creating a Discord for the community. Because I would love to go. I would love to sit down and, you know, just share all the weird nostalgic things from our childhoods and just talk about it, you know. Just create a community where you can come in and share and enjoy the nostalgia and meet other people who enjoy it with you, you know. Alright, we'll take those. And we're just gonna keep on going through. Wow, I am finding a lot of EVA batteries right now. And let's dismantle that door. I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head for the rest of the day now. Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. You know, I think that's one of the magical things about, to be specific, you know, like Veggie Tales. Like, they had a way with creating music and songs and stuff that were, you know, educational, religious in nature, of course, because, you know, the Sabu song. That after hearing the opening of it, my mind is playing it back in this weird bit of PTSD from my childhood almost that just I was not ready for while being this hungover. You see, I have one of those fun brains where I have a radio playing almost constantly. My internal voice does not shut up, and unfortunately, it likes to play karaoke. So that's just oh so much fun sometimes. But if there's one thing that you can give to all of that old children's programming, is holy shit, they knew how to go and how to make an earworm and to make something that got stuck in your head. You see, the one that I always enjoyed just because of the way it goes was Barbara Manatee. I won't subject you guys to my singing. And I won't subject myself either, because I can already tell my throat's starting to get a little sore. So we'll see how much longer the stream goes on for. Probably got a few more hours left of me. Damn it. That is just stuck in my head right now. Barbara Manatee. Like, who comes up with the idea to do, like, a soap opera about a manatee and then make a song based around the manatee? Like, that's just, it's a weird concept, you know? It's, I don't want to say it's not normal, but it just, like, who sits down and who thinks about that? Honestly, there were so many weird movies that I watched in my childhood. Like, there was an Easter one that I watched, where it was, like, some pig was trying to take over... Ah, fucking damn it. Now that... you are not helping the amount of, weird brain rot I have when it comes to those old songs. Oh, what was I gonna say? What was it? It was the, oh, God. Oop. I'm not gonna spoil the ship for myself yet. So, there was Barbara Manatee, there was Where Was My Hairbrush, there was the there was one that was like a kind of parody of Weird Al's Stuck in the Drive-Thru, which was a parody of a song by, oh, what's his name? He's the guy who got in trouble for going and, like, peeing on girls or something, like, back in the 80s or 90s. If you're watching this back and you've seen the Boondocks, you know exactly who I'm talking about, because R. Kelly, that's who it was. Honestly, I think that was one of the most interesting episodes of the Boondocks. I actually quite love the show. Because it's just, it's fascinating and it's hilarious to me, you know, just what people come up with and decide needs to be animated and brought into this world, to say the least. I don't know, I think I grew up and spent a bit too much time as a kid, you know, freely, I will admit, without any real compunction or compulsion here. I spent way too much time watching shows that satirized and, you know, just ripped into everything. Questioned everything, you know. It's probably why I'm so, like, weirdly cynical yet accepting of the way life is. Clouded by memory of a love now lost. Well, guess what, Adam? He is not lost. He's sitting on your ship scrolling Facebook trying to pick up hoes. There we go. We'll end up taking those pumps out as well. Scrap our way through this door. No, honestly, I think there's still a lot that we can learn from the past. Everything that's been generated over the past, you know, like 50, 60 years. Oh, fuck yeah. Radiation burn pan. Whoop whoop. That's one less bit of medicine that we need to buy just in case our reactor decides to go sour on us. Who, R. Kelly? You know, I don't know. Weirdly enough, I don't pay too much attention to the news cycle anymore. I actually decided a long time ago to unplug from all of that, but I'm actually kind of curious. Let's go through Google. R. Kelly overdose. Yeah, no, back in June it looks like he got given a overdose supposedly by the prison staff. Interesting. I mean, I don't know if I believe R. Kelly when he says anything, but you know, it's what he alleges happened. The man's also alleged a lot of things in his life. If you haven't listened to Stuck in the Drive-Thru by Weird Al, that is one of those songs where just, if you can find a way to work say you drive like 30 minutes to work and that song's about like 10 minutes. So try to set it up as like one of the last songs on your playlist of your drive-through into work, or right at the very beginning so you can listen to something normal afterwards. Because it is a very bizarre and silly song about a man and his wife in the drive-thru. I've actually been listening to more of his work lately, because he does such a fantastic job with going and just creating parody. I mean, he does it so well. Even the fact that, you know, like, if you look at the Weird Al story, the biopic that they did for him, in and of itself, that is a parody of his own life. And I think that was honestly a really good movie, and I should go rewatch that, as it's been a few years and I enjoyed it the first time. I think my favorite song by him, just for the tune alone, is Hardware Store. Though, admittedly, Tacky is another really good one that he did. Enjoyed that one a bunch. I feel like most people probably did too. That was just like a good year for doing the Pharrell Williams style of music like that, you know? Which, he's another weird and kooky character that's come out of Hollywood. I don't know entirely how I feel about the guy. I think he's just bizarre. Granted, most Hollywood types are bizarre. I don't know if it's, you know, lizard people or cults or lizard people cults or whatever, but just, you look at anyone who's gone through Hollywood and you can just tell there's something wrong with them. I mean, starting off alone with the way Tom Cruise has fucking aged. I mean, that man is like in his 50s and 60s or something like that, and he looks the same as he did when he was, you know, in his late 20s. There's something just a little bit wrong about that, and I don't know exactly what that is or what the hell he's done, but it makes me not trust Tom Cruise. I mean, shit, the Scientology part with him and the stuff he did for Scientology is like the most normal part about him. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Tom Cruise ate babies. I mean, you know, not to defame someone who is rich and famous and has a team of excellent lawyers who are all beautiful and handsome and very much competent and strong. Because, you know, I'm not going to be fucking with Tom Cruise's lawyer team, just like I'm not going to fuck with Bezos's lawyer team. No, there's something very wrong about that man, you know? There's something very wrong about a lot of Hollywood. A lot of it's going to come out in the future, and I guarantee you it's going to be a case of nobody is fucking surprised when all this stuff happens and comes out, you know? No one will care. It legitimately, it will be just another Tuesday thing. Besides, and anytime you start to go and mention, you know, the secrets and the rumors surrounding Hollywood and their elites and all the weird shit that they do behind closed doors, it always just seems to be troublesome, to say the least. Like, holy fuck, you want to talk about a group of people with the power to go and make people just kind of disappear. I mean, to bring up someone not related to Hollywood, but kind of along the same line of idea, just look at Hillary Clinton. She's had, what, like 60 different people that she's known commit suicide over the, like, past 10, 20, 30 years. Like, like, I'm sorry, look, I've made friends with a lot of people who have mental health issues. I have my own mental health issues, for goodness sake. But no, I will make a public statement right now. I am not suicidal. And if I kill myself, it was Hillary Clinton who did it, not me. You know, just to cover my ass. But it's just like, there's just so many people who have been connected to the Clintons who have died via suicide specifically. That just, it bothers me. You know? Like, there's enough people who have just died in very strange and mysterious or questionable ways that it just makes me wonder. What's actually going on behind all the closed doors, and will we ever actually find out? Or is that just going to be a secret until the Lord comes down and takes us all, you know? To kind of go back and quote the Asshole song by Dennis Leary, of all people. You know, get Bruce Wayne, thaw out the Duke, you know. Get him a case of whiskey, band of horses, ride on down. You know, just do business. Because I guarantee if you dig through all the files and all the everything that these people have, there is something vile and sinister. There are skeletons lurking in their closet, and whatever those skeletons are terrifying to the common person. Guaranteed. I don't think you can trust politicians by any manner or measure of them, any metric. You just can't. No, absolutely not. No, you don't trust anyone who's linked to anything in Hollywood. You don't trust anyone who's linked to any sort of politician. I mean, shoot, if you look at it, if things are to be believed, you know, there's been a massive conspiracy from you know, people inside and outside of our government here in America. That's been going on since, you know, before or around World War II, you know, Rockefellers and all that. Like, there's a lot of interesting conspiracy theories that you can look into that all have to deal with the people secretly in control of the world and all that. And I don't know, I don't want to delve too deep into that on here because that stuff, it starts to get a bit weird. A lot of bit weird. No, I don't know. I just wish we could all sit around, hold hands, and, you know, sing Kumbaya. Just treat each other and treat everyone, politely, you know? Oh, and the newest just in from Ohio, within the past couple of days, apparently, there is now a pathogen eating their soybean crop. Honestly, I want to say I have like 2 or 3 coolers installed, but I also don't have a lot of machinery making everything too hot. I don't know. I actually haven't paid too much attention to that portion of my atmospheric management. Honestly, that could actually be causing me trouble. Honestly, I'm surprised on how I've actually managed to just go and build out a ship that's as stable as this one is and hasn't gone pop like this one has. You know? You know, part of me just sits down and kind of wonders and muses. You know what we need? We need more, you know, classic, like, WWE SmackDown. More classic NASCAR. Just classic good television. Jeez, getting all the way up to 900 Kelvin? That's That is impressive. I will give you that one. That is impressive. I also don't use Kelvin because Kelvin is for nerds. I mean, shoot, at that, I barely understand Celsius as is because, you know, I'm an American. We use freedom units. There is Fahrenheit, and Fahrenheit is for people. Celsius is for science, and Kelvin is for big science. But I also just can't bring myself to go and just learn Celsius for the life of me. I mean, I know at some point this game is going to force me to learn Celsius just so that way I can understand exactly what I'm doing on my ship. And I kind of hate that, but, you know, that I'm willing to take the L on that one. I mean, honestly, the temperature is pretty consistent across my ship, so let me see. Pull up the good old Google machine. See, it's about 77 in my ship, so I could probably do it dropping it by like a degree or two. I probably need more coolers. So I got the 1, 2. This one's not working, so that makes 3. Yeah, I only got 3 coolers across the entire ship. That's wild. So yeah, we'll just we'll turn that one on. Make sure it's hooked up to a thermostat, you know. You see, that's another one of those games that I just never really got too into playing was Oxygen Not Included. It's there in my library. It's one of the games I have to play at some point. I just, I don't know. I don't know if I enjoyed the game because I enjoyed watching some guy go and play it so much. Like, RimWorld. I like RimWorld, but I also don't like RimWorld. Like, it's not a game I particularly enjoy playing, weirdly enough. But it's a game I enjoy watching. And we're just gonna yeet all of that nitrogen, and so that way that damn sensor finally shuts the hell up. Oh wow, that's a long time to be playing Oxygen Not Included. God, it's been years since that started to come out, hasn't it? You know, I think you're right. Maybe like Celebrity Deathmatch or something like that should come back. I think it'd be kind of hilarious to just, you know, do some classic, you know, cable TV shenanigans. But then again, there's also a problem, you know. Nobody watches cable TV anymore. I can tell you the last time I actually had cable. Or even watched anything on cable. Aside from, like, the one time where I was in, the hospital, you know, after my surgery and right before my surgery, and I was watching, I want to say it was Alien, or Final Destination. you know, considering going back and even further on that little tangent there of, you know, I couldn't tell you the last time I watched cable. How long until you think, let me take some more ibuprofen for my noggin. Honestly, I tell you right now, people, do not mix, like 5 different kinds of liqueurs to make a really tasty drink and then spend all night getting absolutely shit-faced off of it. It is a horrible idea. There, that should help in a bit. Like, legitimately, I couldn't tell you the last time I watched cable television. Or even just regular TV to begin with, you know? Most of my entertainment these days comes from, like, YouTube or Netflix or Amazon Prime if I decide to buy it that month. Like, I don't even get full-long months, memberships anymore to most platforms because they don't have anything that's worth watching, you know? And I don't watch a lot of TV to begin with anymore. Or stream a lot of TV to begin with anymore. I started to find that, you know, in general, I think we waste a lot of time. You know, staring at our phones, staring at our televisions, you know. So I've been reading books more. I've been trying to get out and go for walks when I can, when my feet aren't, you know, trying to drive me actually factually insane with the amount of pain they're putting me through. Like, I don't know. How long until they finally come up with the streaming form of cable? I mean, I know they're already doing it with Disney and Hulu, finally getting together to form the unholy beast with 2 backs for themselves. Which, admittedly, I think we can all say is probably a good thing because, I mean, the less streaming services that people have to pay for, it does, you know, open up the market to more availability, I guess, of media that's out there. And it allows people to enjoy it with, you know, outspending an arm and a leg. So I think it's a good thing, but I question it, like I question everything. Not everything is good, green, and, you know, meant for people. There we go, so we got 1 room medium ship. Let's see what we got going on. It's a lump of nothing. Goodness, not impressive in the slightest. Well, we'll rip through, we'll rip out the pumps and just see what we can get. Honestly, at this point, we aren't even going to fix the stuff up that we haul onto our ship unless it's, you know, worth more than $5,000 or $10,000. You know, it doesn't surprise me. Honestly, what I would love to see is like a hybrid form of cable coming to be, where you can get all of the modern, you know, streaming stuff, as well as, you know, watch the most latest, you know, I guess Game of Thrones is the only one that really comes to mind, but like Game of Thrones slop. Because let's face it, Game of Thrones was slop. And I will die on that hill for my belief. As a matter of fact, I refuse to respect Game of Thrones. Like, it wasn't good. Like, yeah, sure, it was one of the biggest series for years, but guess what? People were way too obsessed with that shit. Just way too obsessed. Let's see. Bunch of t-shirts, a splint. It's all interesting, though, in its own way. You know, I'm not going to take the smart crate. I have more than enough smart crates on my ship. In fact, I'm trying to get rid of smart crates on my ship. Alright, so we'll just tag them with an on and install hit auto. Let that run for a minute. While that runs, I'm going to go to the bathroom and I will be right back. And with some fresh, cool water in hand, we are back at it again. And fantastic, he's working on hauling everything already. So let's go, let's speed things up. Swap to the haul command, boom, 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 and boom with your Spice Weasel. Because, you know, Futurama is probably one of the greatest cartoons that came out of the early 2000s, mid-90s, for the most part. I mean, Simpsons was pretty good for a while there, but I don't know. Disenchantment was okay, because I know it was made by the same guy. Yeah, no, there's nothing I want on this ship. Tag that just in case I haven't yet. Cool. Turn up the speed, and we're almost done for the 12th and on to the 13th. I want to say that our current permit goes until the 17th. From what I remember. And yeah, I think that's it for this one. So, let's hop on the nav station, and we're just gonna hit it. Off to the next ship. Dock info, request clearance, undock, clamps. And where do we want to go next? He's still bogarting that ship, but we'll get there eventually. Probably go here, here, and then back. You know, honestly, getting back to K-Lake sometimes, especially early game, when you might not have, you know, enough fuel and stuff, can be a right pain in the ass. Okay, we're gonna have to turn that RCS way, way down. Had to sneeze there for a second. Oi. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not the way we want to be going. We want a nice solid 0 heading. Okay, completely cancel out all VCRS then, please. There we go. A nice 0 bearing. 5 minutes and we're gonna be at our next loot box. I'm not gonna lie, I do genuinely like this game. It's fun. Admittedly, am I feeling a bit lost? Am I starting to feel like there's a lull here in like the mid game, especially because I haven't run into like any of the story points? Yeah. But that's also my fault. I don't know. They'll turn up at some point. probably about now. There we go, docking guidance. And let's cancel out VCRS like always. And we'll just have to slightly shift the bearing. Get us to a nice neutral zip. Perfect. And there we go. Admittedly, I'm starting to get really good at going and landing the ships. And docking them together. Like, it goes super easy. Bada boom. Let's see. Ulterior Bebop, D2O medium. Yeah, admittedly doing the art style for this game. Oh, we got a dead body. Nice. It's always fun to see a dead body. Because we can investigate that and turn it into K-Leg for money. I think. I'm not 100% certain. Alrighty. Well, let's see what all we can get from Mr. Roth's ship. You know, here I was just complaining about not getting to experience any of the story points, and I have a feeling that this is probably related to one of them. Alright, and I guess we're just gonna have to uninstall stuff around him. We're gonna leave his body alone, though. I mean, honestly, I've looked at the mods for this game. I think they're all cool. They're all pretty interesting. A lot of great ideas from the community. Love them. I genuinely do. I think they're great. However, I'm a bit weird when it comes to playing games. I've gotten to a point in life where I very firmly believe you need to first unenjoy something without changing it before you should go and you should change it. Like Skyrim, I enjoyed Skyrim for Skyrim's sake, you know? And then afterwards, after I had beaten the game, killed Alduin, and saved the 9 realms, or whatever the fuck it is, because I've been years since I did it, like, then, and only then, did I start to mod the shit out of the game. I mean, in the background, I'm still trying to see if I can't figure out how to create a flat PNG for one guy to go and to work with for his like art conversion mod for some of the shirts and stuff, so that way they work with different body sizes for men and women. You know, it's a pretty noble mod. I like the idea behind it. But doing anything like that, figuring out how to, you know, get stuff set up like that, it takes a while. And it takes a lot of effort. Even going and just making a game takes a lot of effort, you know? He suffered asphyxiation due to hypoxia. Gonna commit to reporting his death. And we're gonna go through his wallet one by one. Ah, how lovely. He had emphysema. Oh, yeah, see, we'll have to talk to an AO sec. Or AO core manager. No sign of friends or relatives. And I think I accidentally closed the death file. Oh well. It'll be fine. Ooh, inventory. Let's see what he had on him. Well, we're gonna want to take that PDA. And we can drag him over here. And drop his butt out the way. Yeah, I know low pressure. Low pressure D's nuts. And we're gonna haul that O2 can, and we will make like a banana and split. Oop, unpause the game. Dock info, request clearance, undock. Alrighty, on to our next target. You see, honestly, this is why I like this ship. You know, it's fucking massive. It allows me to do whatever the hell I want, to gather as much crap as I want. It encourages my terrible pack rat ways, and I love it, you know. Like, this is what I wanted in this game. Is I wanted to build a giant dumb box to load up full of all the crap that I thought was, you know, good loot from ships. And to just keep going and fuck off into space with my big dumb ship full of crap. Honestly, I should see about, you know, maybe playing some Space Organ Warlord Trader or whatever the hell that game was on the channel. I don't remember much about the game, but I remember it being interesting enough that it might be something I enjoy playing. I don't know. We'll see. But tomorrow morning and tonight after stream, I'm going to see about, you know, tracking down some paperwork that I need for the new job. I'm going to end up calling the place back up and, well, we're going to see about starting a new job. It is a 9 to 6, 5 to 6 days a week. It's not great, but, you know, it could be fun. It could be worth it. Goodness, you know, it's all weird to think about. You know, I'm just flipping through some stuff on Twitter real quick just to try and catch up, see what's happening on a Sunday, and, you know, there's a man almost beating another man to death, and just so much that's just kind of fucked up on the internet. Like, what the hell? Why can't everyone just not be an asshole? You know, it costs nothing to be nice. It takes effort to be mean. Well, I mean, it doesn't take effort. Sometimes it flows out of the mouth, you know, effortlessly. You know, you don't think about it. But it's so much easier to be nice to people and to be honest with people. Are we even... Yeah, we're moving. We aren't moving fast enough. I don't know. I still have some bad habits from, like, early times playing this game, where I worry about wasting too much RCS fuel. I mean, shoot, we only have 60% left, and we've only hit, what, like 4 or 5 different things, and I want to hit about, like, 15 to 20? Goodness. You know, the upside of everything is I don't have to wake up at 4:30 in the damn morning anymore. You know what? I don't think I remembered to pay my mortgage. And that should leave me just enough money to pay Dipshit and Miss Dipshit come tomorrow. Just gotta be careful about that, you know. Honestly, managing the money in this game can be annoying sometimes. If you know what you're doing and you move fast and you just don't give a shit, and you get great ships and you learn how to flip ships, you know, you're probably able to do all of this a lot faster than me. And that's good for you. I love that for you. But as for me, nah, I'm good. I'll take my time. You know what actually genuinely seriously bothers me? And we're going back like 2-3 hours on topic here. The amount of people who are posting online about dating AI chatbots, that bothers me. I think that's something that's just a little too weird for this world. Like, look, I understand that, you know, that people are lonely and we have a little bit of an epidemic with it right now. You know, people just aren't talking enough to other people or reaching out or having people reach out to them. I just don't understand what just what compels people to treat an artificial intelligence, something that's not alive, as if it were alive. Something with zero ability to actually think or reason for itself beyond the learning model that was used to create it. And to treat it like it's some sort of living, breathing human being or something like that, you know? It just doesn't make sense to me. Let's see, even out of bearing, preemptively. I do want to get there sometime before next year, so we are going to spend a little bit more fuel. It's ridiculous, though, exactly how much RCS that we have to spend just to speed up to, you know, 70 meters per second. It's weird to say, but I genuinely think that, I think that we genuinely, as a society, have a problem with, just not realizing you can just reach out and talk to people, you know? Be friends, make friends, do something. All of your friends shouldn't live inside of a metal box and be millions of miles away. Just another long, slow boat out into the middle of the void. Let's see. 17 kilometers to go, through about 4 minutes on the clock. Oh, you know what? It might actually help if I crank up the game speed. And let's slow things down a bit more, hail the ship, and set up the docking. Hello, hail the ship, please. It's gonna be a big fucker, too. You can tell, like, roughly how big a ship is, I believe, by the distance that it shows on the, what is it? I don't want to say chat log, but it's on the radio communications when you try to reach out to them. Like, if you know that your ship is able to communicate and dock within 5 kilometers, yeah? And once you get talking to the ship, it says, oh, hey, it's 7 kilometers away. I have a feeling that means that the nav portion is at a far end of the ship, so that means this is probably going to be like some ultra large or something. That, or all the numbers are imaginary and none of it actually means anything. Look at that, nuclear hip-hop. D1E ultra large. Looks like a blind squirrel's right twice a day. And we're going to keep facing forward just in case, because, you know, the last time we were on such a large ship, we did find a pirate. Kind of hilarious that, you know, a pirate ended up, funny enough, I think it was this exact, yeah, it was this exact same ship. And 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 different dead bodies. Fascinating. Alright, we'll go through everything, see what we got. Always take another O2 bottle or 5. Same with the Bingham batteries. They're just good to collect. I don't need them at this point, I just want them. Now, you see, doing something like this would probably be smart for my ship, so that way, you know, it was actually organized out, but I just don't care that much to do some organization like that, involving, you know, placing down the floor tiles in a specific orientation. Feels too extra. And we can load our gun up with some extra bullets real quick. Fantastic. Because just in case there's something on here, I got a fucking gat, and I am not afraid to damn use it. Oh. Empty. Figures. Leave those pumps for now. Honestly, I think it's time for me to stop taking pumps. Because I think we, A, have more than enough on the ship, and I think they're just starting to take up space. Well, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Any of the ones that are connected up to these nitrogen and oxygen cans, we're definitely going to see about taking those out. Because that's just easy. Easy money. If you're tagging one, you're already going to tag the other. Might as well. Now, if I wanted to expand out my ship more, these ships right now would be, like, prime examples of what I would want to pull from. Just due to the amount of floor space involved with them. scrap our way and see what happened to all these people, because I'm actually quite curious. Just see if we can find something out. See if she actually knew anyone. Honestly, I think we're just gonna tag this, and that, and then we're gonna just take everything from everyone. Let's check the inventory, see what's in our actual pockets. Nothing worth it. What do you got, buddy? Hypoxia. It's always hypoxia. Actually, you know what? We're gonna cancel the orders for the PDAs to get hauled, and we'll just stick those straight in our inventory. Because it's easier to just keep track of the things that we can hack into like that. There we go. And anything else? Anything worth it? You're empty, so not worth anything. 'Cause honestly, I already have so many damn smart crates on my ship. Let's see what happened with you, buddy. Now this has been what I've been looking for. This has been what I've been looking for. Was this guy right here. Alright, let's see what's in his bag, and we'll just dump all that shit out. And there we go, a new space to store all the smartphones and some food. Not bad. Thanks, boss. I think that is how we start the storylines that we've been looking for. So we're actually going to see about doing that here, you know? Like I say, it's about time. Especially with how crash happy this game's been getting the last few times that we've live streamed it. Speaking of, it is probably about time. Here we go. Let's just see what we got on board. Let's start tagging with haul orders. 1, 2. Those aren't done yet, so we can't tag those, but we'll tag all of these. think this is the last bit of the ship that we need to tag for hauling and to search through before we're good on it. Alright, there we go. Auto task it out, my man. And then later we'll come through, we'll tag everything up with a haul order. Fantastic. Honestly, I'm having such a great time. I genuinely am. I love this game, and I love just sitting around and grabbing shit in space. I just wish I could find more of those damn cargo pods, because if I could find some of the damn cargo pods, you know. You know what's actually really fascinating is going and looking at the analytics, actually, for the YouTube channel, and just seeing, like, the time zones people watch in, and, you know, what people enjoy seeing. Like, the funny thing is I don't get a lot of returning viewers. However, most of my viewers are, you know, on YouTube between the hours of 9 and 7 p.m. So it's kind of fascinating to see, like, the times that people are on and trying to plan around when people are going to be on and, like, where they're from and stuff like that. Because I want to go and I want to try to make sure I'm appealing to you guys, you know, giving you guys exactly what you want to watch. Also, it's kind of funny, most of my audience is in about the same age group or older than me, which, you know, just interesting stuff. Like, I never knew that YouTube just was this varied across the board with all the stuff behind the scenes. It's a lot to learn and it's a lot to get used to. Almost there, though. Almost there. Oh. Honestly, I think I'm still hungover as all get out. If anything, I probably should have taken the day off to nap and rest up more, but, you know, I might as well get out here and just put something out for you guys. Because, you know, I do like being out here. And I do like going and putting together videos. Attempting to be entertaining for you guys. I just hope I can finally, you know, put 2 and 2 together with bloody DaVinci Resolves. That way I can start pre-recording content again for you guys. And actually, you know, relaxing. The downside is also realizing, you know, exactly how long certain games take to record. And how little I know about certain games as well. Did I tag that right? Yes, I did. Damn, I'm good. Alright, so let's go through, let's take a look, see what we got already uninstalled. So there's 1, 2, 3. Let's see, we've got nitrogen over there, nitrogen over there. Tag that up, tag that up. Tag up that, that, and that. Probably hit that pump as well. That container we determined was empty, so it's worth nothing. But you can see we're starting to like fill up with a lot of high value stuff. Like all these helium tanks are gonna go for a pretty penny. We'll probably get about like $40,000-$50,000 off of that. Probably get about $10,000 to $20,000 off of all of the tag that pump. And we got to get those nitrogen tanks and those ones as well. For all the files on the phones, I mean, I don't know how many files are on the phones, but we'll get a decent amount. Honestly, I'm wondering. I'm trying to do the math in my head at exactly how much money I think I'm going to be able to make off of this trip. And I'm not certain if it's going to be much more than, say, $75,000 or $90,000. I don't know. It also kind of depends upon the contents of all these smart crates. honest to goodness, the pressure alerts just need to stop. I'd turn them off, but if I turn them off, then the pumps turn off. If the pumps turn off, then that means we have no air coming. If we have no air coming, then eventually Dipshit and Dipshit S will go and choke to death in their sleep because they're not smart. I don't know, it's always a balancing act with this game, you know? You have to find the right amount of time to go and to grab stuff, and the right amount of time to go and to sell stuff. Oh, goodness. I'm wondering, should I get more, should I get more caffeine? It's a bit late in the afternoon. If we're gonna have more caffeine now, I probably wouldn't pass out until the early hours of the morning. I'm not trying to be up that late today. This would go a lot faster if I hadn't given the other two break time to just sit around and do fuck all. I'm just glad I don't have to pay bills for untime. We're gonna let the mortgage slip, same with the bills that we owe the AOSEC, because that's fine, and they can suck my nuts when it comes down to it. I don't care. I'll pay the corpo bastards at some point. They can just wait it out with everyone else to get my damn money. Is this the right one? Yes, this is the right one. O2 can pump, nitrogen can, and different pump. Here somewhere. Bingo. Tag those. Honestly, I genuinely can't wait to start editing this stuff out for you guys, so that way you aren't just sitting here bored to tears watching this happen. Because even I feel bored to tears. Hence why I'm, mildly scrolling social media in the background while Adam takes his sweet time to haul everything, you know? Admittedly, though, watching things through the price index feature actually has quite the nice hue and detail to it, especially when we already know what's on the ship. I don't like using it to be able to preview what's on the ship, though. That does feel a bit like cheating to me. I tried so hard to just pump up the atmosphere levels to make sure that we wouldn't have to listen to the alarms too. It never ends, does it? It never shuts up about low pressure, low pressure, low pressure, low pressure this, low pressure that, low pressure your mom. Goodness. I don't care about low nitrogen pressure. It is not low. It is within acceptable levels. Shut the fuck up. And I barely care about the oxygen levels, too. That is not my problem. The crew didn't pay for their fair share of the oxygen, so that's why we're running low. Maybe if the two, bastards living on my ship, eating my food, sucking up my atmosphere, actually went and chipped into the fund, we wouldn't have this problem. Yet the love now lost is sitting on your ship sleeping somewhere or scrolling Facebook. Yeah, he's not a love lost. Calm down, Adam. Goodness. Nobody cares, Adam. Genuinely, nobody cares about what you have supposedly loved and lost. Least of all me. I will ensure that you die a horny, lonely, miserable bastard in space. I do not care. I do not care, Adam. In fact, I am almost tempted to game the system to turn every single crew member I put on your ship into relationships with other people and leave you as the only single person, just so that way you can be tortured by how alone you truly are. Ooh. Oof. Now imagine this for like 8 hours without having any sort of anything going on except for listening to the low pressure alerts scream at you on non-stop repeat. Goodness, it's enough to drive a man mad. The good news is we are pretty much done with this ship. What is it? 3 things left? So that way we can stop listening to the nitrogen sensors scream at him. See, this is why I'm going to torture Adam. He deserves every single bit of misery I give to him. He has tortured me, and therefore I must torture him. Next ship, you lazy bastard. Get off your ass and get going. Hey, look, that ship to the south is finally freed up from that one jerk who was bogarting it. I don't care. Goodness. That. Do not care. Amount of fucks given about the nitrogen pressure equals less than 0. I give more of a shit about what the price of tea is in China than the low nitrogen levels. Alright, we'll get our bearing lined up and then we'll head to the next ship. And it's more of the same. Praying that, you know, we end up finding some of those tasty cargo pods or maybe a full reactor, you know? Net us like $150,000 or something like that. Oh my god, stop your whining. I mean, honestly, why does it complain so much? Like, yes, I understand the ship is big. That means, you know, I have a harder time going and storing up the necessary nitrogen, and I lose a lot more nitrogen. I understand that. I am well aware of that. I just don't care. I do not care. Quit bothering me with this pittance. Alright, so we're going to cancel out the VCRS, because we don't need any of that now. Get the bearing about as head on as we can make it, and we are going to crank that soldier boy up to about 100 kilometers. There we go. And come on. Let's just get to this next ship and keep on going. We aren't stopping till the cargo hull is full. Go away. I would rather get bothered by my very, very hungry cat than sit and listen to that thing screech about how there is not enough nitrogen. Okay, next ship, initiate docking. Since it's a 5.5, that means it's probably a medium. And perfect stop on the bearing. this. You know, I almost feel bad for the characters who spend their entire lives in this game just living in EVA suits, but then I remember that they're brain dead, and I just don't care. It's a Lunamax. That's decently sized. Alrighty, Adam. Get your gat and let's get going. Once more onto the stinky beach. Let's see what we got. Empty crate. Perfect. Don't care. Got some Gravusine, which is good. It helps prevent the G-lock. Granted, I also just don't speed my ship up that fast, so we don't need to worry about the G-lock to begin with. We don't want to install. We want to scrap. We're going to use our tools to their maximum effort. And you know what? We actually lucked out. That is one nice full reactor this time. It's even got the full core pump, pellet feeder, fuel regulator, cryo pump. Oh yeah, no, that's pretty good. That is really good actually. Hell yeah. I like that. Let's see if we can't find any PDAs on board. Damn, things are worth a good chunk of change, especially for the like space to weight and all that ratio. Heat Viz cart. 6 grand. Not bad. We're taking that. It's always good to take the cartridges for the phones. They're worth quite the pretty penny. I think it's about time that we got the dynamic duo of dinguses involved as well. So let's check the roster. So Gross is sitting around, as is his right. Not to at this time. He's got work that we need him to be doing. Pittman is also sitting around. So let's see. We aren't paying any of that. Pay them their 472 collective dollars, so that way they'll keep working for me. Alright, fantastic. Tag all that. Tag some electric parts as well. Because I know we're going to need them at some point. More bullets for the gun. Stick the extra ones in the bag. And, all that. Another door to rip down. Hey, also keep an eye out for coveralls. I mean, most of them are pretty worthless, but there is one out there, the purple coverall set. That's worth like $600,000. And if you can find it, it is the most worth it item to actually just pick up and just haul. I mean, $6,000 for a freaking jumpsuit. $600,000. It's insane. Okay, crew. Mr. Gross, what are you doing? Sleeping? Gotta use the toilet? Okay, so we're gonna have you go poo. And then we're gonna see about recharging all your stuff. Is there anything... Yeah, you don't need a screwdriver, bud. Or that's super handy, turns out. There we go. Alright. So he's got oxygen, he just needs a battery. Then we'll have him slap his stuff on, come over to the other ship. It's time to go. We gotta do this. And then we're also gonna have to replace the batteries in his drills and angle grinders. Ready up, Grossman. You little gross bastard. That one's pretty charged. That one's fine. This is the one that we need charged up. That, this, and this. So do something like this, something like that. And that one is empty. How about that? There we go. And you got power? Just need to power up your spacesuit so you don't die immediately. And now we can get our himbo ex-boyfriend actually working on this ship. Get over here, dingus. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta give him permission to disembark. Same with Pittman. The fuck was that? You know what? I don't want to know. Whatever knocked, it knocked. And that's fine. Head there, auto-task it out. Head back to Adam, put him on auto-task as well. Make sure I tag everything with the uninstall orders. Seriously, go away, go away. Stop telling me about the low pressure. I genuinely do not give a flying fuck. The low pressure does not matter. But just like that, now we should be able to, well, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do with all this money that I've been getting. Now that we've actually cleared the debt. Maybe we'll hire more crew. Competent crew this time. Speed it up to 8x. So that way we can, be done before dinner time. 'Cause you guys take for damned ever. And just to ensure that we aren't losing any extra oxygen and nitrogen that we don't need to, because I am so sick of those damn alerts, we're just going to punch a hole in the ship for that thruster. Tag and uninstall, hit the wall, call it a day. Haul. I don't know, I think I'm almost too much in the mindset of things have to run at 4x speed from when we were stuck at OK Leg for, like 8 days there. that's the mass filter, not the, oh my goodness. Stop. I do not care. It's the mass filter, not the price filter. But it still works. We can still see what we have tagged up to haul or not. Do not care. Losing a few kilopascal is not a bad thing. I feel like it should have a wider range of detection before it starts to freak out, of maybe plus or minus 15 kilopascal. Or 0.15. Don't care. Legitimately, just do not care. Do not care about your low pressure alerts. You can take your low pressure alerts and put them where the sun does not shine. If I did not need you to keep my crew alive and keep me from having to pay out the death benefits, then I would have uninstalled you and beaten you to little tiny pieces of metal scrap ages ago. Do I make myself clear, you stupid alarm? I hate you. I very, very much hate you. Alrighty. So we're going to do one last tour of the ship, make sure there's not anything that we actually want on here. Make sure we didn't forget anything. Yeah, that's fine. Crest clearance, undock. Pop the clamps, and amspray. Alright, look at that. We've cleared out an entire section of the boneyard already. See, things are going good. Things are going ridiculously good, all things considered. Oop. Wrong button. We'll get it on the next come around. 7, 8. And there we go. Now, if we touch anything, we will just go flying, spiraling completely out of control here. That's the fun benefit of going and doing 16x speed, which is not recommended most times, because the game tends to act very funny around high speeds. I don't know much about it, but I do know enough from the time I spent doing some mild programming for FANUC and Saturn robot limbs for like factory purposes in college. Uh, just sometimes when you go super fast, just the code starts to act weird. That's the only way to describe it. I know there's probably some sort of like technical term and explanation about why it happens, but sometimes the code just starts to act a little weird. And there we go, 5 kilometers again. Hail the ship, 6.1, so probably another similar sized ship. Let's see, cut down our VCRS to 0 one more time. Pulse bearing back to 0. And there we go. I mean, honestly, we should slow it down. I don't remember what the highest speed you can actually dock in this game is, but I know it's usually not advisable to dock at high speeds in this game. 9 times out of 10, it ends up with your ship smashing into something and everything getting yeeted all over the floor and turned into a fine red mist. And contact D0O small. Okay, just little room. All right, let's hit it. Take a poke through, see if there's anything. Just a few small crates. Okay. Tang them up for hauling and get the hell out of Dodge. You know, maybe next time we'll actually find some real storage containers that actually contain some real fucking treasure. And there we go. I mean, honestly, we should probably just start seeing about opening up all these locked crates so that way we can see what's inside of them. And there's a bunch of crates I still haven't even opened, so, you know, we should probably remedy that. See if we have any, you know, massive collections of PDAs or something like that. Let's see, what'd we get? More batteries, more suit junk. Oxygen bottles. Take the guy's helmet off. Let him breathe for a second. I mean, 9 times out of 10, there's nothing like really... What the hell? That is a lot of work safety posters. Interesting. So if I go into my PDA and I find the price visibility card, we can actually kind of speed this up a little bit. And we'll turn on the visor and we'll hit the price. Yeah, no, most of what's in the crates is absolutely fucking worthless. That's what I thought. To be expected. In fact, honestly, if we were to sell the price visibility chip that we have, we'd probably make more money on that than anything that was in those damn crates. Alright, we're gonna go and we're gonna get ourselves unhooked first off and stop making expensive sounds. And we're going to plot our course to our next ship. And then I'm going to take a little break in the background. And we will go and put on some lovely background music for you guys while we go. Okay. We are clear of the little shit stain of a ship. Bearing is correct. Crank thrust to maximum. Yeah, it's really telling when you can see when we actually, you know, do a max VREL and VCRS burn at full throttle. Like, the highest we go is 1.9 Gs. Normally we can tap out somewhere around like 2.4. But you can also see exactly how much fuel that burnt through. You know, we just wasted a whole like 2 or 3% right there going and using the full throttle. That's why I tend not to use it. So like I said, I gotta use the bathroom and I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. So gonna go throw on some chill tunes and I will be right back after silencing that damn alarm. And after a little walk and petting my cat some, we are back. So, first things first, let's get this show on the road. Also, it's finally cool enough outside that I could actually open up some of the windows, so that way maybe, just maybe, I can save on my AC right now, because, you know, fuck having bills and fuck paying bills. Okay, sheepskin. Yeah, fuck off. Were you gonna tell me my thing's up to date? Yeah, that's what I thought, you bitch. Leave me alone. You know what, we're gonna go and we're gonna turn off the in-game music for a minute because, frankly, it doesn't play often enough and I need something a bit more engaging, so we're gonna use my background music for a while. Just try to keep us all a little bit more awake, you know? Come on. Come on. Get lined up, Stinky. There we go. Took a damn long enough. And... boom. Ooh, a D1E Titan Max. Codename Terrible Crew. Let's see, we can't see anything obvious to begin with, so... could have anything, could have nothing, could have something. Buddy, stop picking up these damn fucking screwdrivers. You do not need them. You have a drill. You know, maybe that's something that the devs need to look into going and potentially changing, is how long the GOT batteries last, or getting us a like upgraded version of the GOT power drill. I have mixed feelings about the battery length on these, admittedly. Alrighty. Let's get out there and rock 'em sock 'em, cowboy. We're always going to be taking the extra lights like that because I enjoy collecting those. They're quite nice. Speed this up some. Yeah, and we also probably have like, I want to say somewhere around like $42,000 worth of EVA suits on board. Like, we have a ridiculous amount of them. I'm not gonna lie. Like, we have a number that we have no good reason having. Okay. I'll install this thruster. And we'll start tagging stuff to haul as well. That should get Grossman out over here. Ooh, a cargo bay. Nice. Let's see what's inside. Nothing worth keeping. Aside from the trenchers. It's always good to grab more food. But we are definitely going to take that. We want that on our ship, actually. They didn't cost so much, I'd actually have them all installed. Andrew, what are you doing? Are you passed out again? Oh no, he's actually working on restoring and repairing things. Not bad. Tag that for a haul. Grab some pizza while we're at it, because it's pizza time. Do-do-do. Hey, look, more PDAs. Yeah, I'll take another power drill. Surprisingly, that's like one that we constantly need to keep up on, is the power drills. Oh, hey, look, a ticket that's good for the rest of today. That would be useful if I didn't have one that was good until the 17th. Ooh. Gonna tag up these ablative liners because those are useful for our reactor core. Help keep all the radiation in. So that way, you know, technically we're not dying. I'm not gonna lie, he gave me a slight heart attack coming around the corner like that. Honestly, we should probably see about going and pulling down some of the conduit every now and then, because I know we are going to need some to top up our battery bank to make sure that's all plugged in. See, if Pittman was up, I'd be willing to turn that off because I'd be able to keep everyone inside their suits all the time. But she is fast the fuck asleep right now, so. Let's see. Hall. Deselect walls from that. Goodness, that CO2 scrubber is in rough shape. Bulkhead bins are pretty much worthless again. Okay. So we can tag that. Alright, it already got the scrubber and its can. Alrighty, let's see. What else we got on this ship? Alright, nothing there. Got a door, so we'll scrap our way through that. I'm still expecting there to be like some sort of eldritch horror behind one of these doors. Or maybe just an eldritch horror. Oh no, wait, that's me. Haha. Let's see, nothing worth keeping. Another poster about work safety. We'll take the coveralls. I don't know why. I've just started collecting like random articles of clothing. I know there's like, you know, we'll install another rack because I kind of do want another rack actually. Yeah, let's bring that over there. And then we'll see about going and hauling everything back over from the ship. There we go. And throw our guy on auto task, and that should help speed everything up by a good quantity. So yeah, no, that's it. That is everything worth grabbing, I think, off of this ship. How's Pitman doing? Starving, but looks like she's actually decently well rested compared to the rest of us. I'll take it, and she's due to wake up in about 15 minutes. Let's see, 5 things left, and then we can skedaddle on our way to the next ship. Alrighty. Now that that is all done, we unplug and go on the run. Let's see. I always heard that these ones that are further out always tend to do a little bit better, so we're gonna take a hard right and see what gives. I swing a little to the left, and we swing a little to the right, and do the hokey pokey, and everything is all right, or something like that. I don't know. I'm starting to get a little bit delirious behind this microphone. Granted, that might also just be my computer slowly baking me into potatoes. mean, honestly, I probably should have went to the one that was a bit closer, but we'll leave that for now. Someone else can have that ship. Let's crank up to maybe like quarter thrust, something like that. Get ourselves up to a nice, respectable about 100 meters per second. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. We can go, and now there's a fun thing on the phone where you can do something like that. So get ourselves like 13 and a half minutes. There we go. Perfect. Hit up the battery charger, replace our battery, wake up Pittman, make sure she has enough O2 and a new battery. Honestly, we probably should empty out our inventory there. Pittman, wakey. Get the fuck up, samurai. We got a city to burn. So we're going to dump her ablatives that she's got on her. Place this battery. And that battery. Get rid of that damn screwdriver, for Pete's sake. And we're going to have her hit up the battery chargers. Start to get her fixed up. Quickly peek through the inventory on all this, and it's all got nothing. So we can just dump that, and she'll be fine. And she needs the new oxygen bottle while we're at it. Alright, come on, crazy lady. No. Oxygen comes first. Come on now. Nice full bottle. Fantastic. Andrew, save your oxygen, man. It might grow on trees, but, you know, I have a limited supply on board. Come on now. And yeah, that should do it. And Pittman, no. Get up and get to work. It is. Oh yeah, never mind. You can sleep from 3 till 4. I forgot. Well, you get to sleep in your suit, so you know, screw you. Either way. Alright. And we're just going to keep an eye on this as we go. we should probably slow that down before we absolutely fuck up our ship on this thing. .2, this is gonna be another big boy. Slow that down. Perfect VCRS. Perfect bearing. Cut it down to 1x just to make sure that we don't smack into the ship. Yep, D1E Titan Max. What does that mean? You're a nut. You're crazy in the coconut. And there is probably a reactor. Up, dot, dot. I don't know. We'll see. Put your helmet on, you fool, and let's get out there. Who knows? Maybe we'll find some more of that horror I've been looking for. Okay, so we got dual nav stations that we aren't gonna fuck with. Because honestly, I don't like messing with any of the nav station stuff. Fridge is empty, don't care about it. Tag the turbo pump for uninstall, crates for hauling. How much is fridge fully repaired worth anyways? 800 bucks for a 4 or a 2x2? Not worth. Let's see, nothing in there. Tag that heater for uninstall. Take the bullets. Take the gun. Or take the cannoli, leave the gun. Or, you know, however the fuck it said. God, I haven't seen that movie in ages. I should watch that again. I have a lot of movies I need to sit down and just rewatch from when I was a kid. Used to be quite the movie watcher back in the day. Honestly, very enjoyable. Speed things up just a little bit, so that way we aren't spending all day out here. Oh, wall lights, not bad. It's always nice to get extra wall lights, especially the blue ones. I actually have a bit of a preference for blue lighting only on my ship. There are areas where you can see I mixed blue and yellow, and I'm not gonna lie, it bothers me, and I don't like that one room with the red light. I have a feeling this one is a dud of a ship. We're barely gonna come out of here with anything worth having. I mean, the nitrogen's not bad. It's just could have been better. Not gonna lie. And a heat viz cart. That's worth some money. Yeah, another 6 grand. Not bad. Put that in the new bag. And we can just pry the door open. What do we got? Jack. Squat. Yeah, this ship was barely worth the visit. At least all the RCS thrusters and the nitrogen will make up for the gas that we burned on the way to get out here. But aside from that, nothing doing. Not worth coming out. Probably should have hit that other ship instead. But you know what they say, hindsight is 20/20 after all. Let's see, let's pry this door and nothing. I would have killed if there'd been a purple power suit back behind there. Alright, auto task, get to it, my man. Alright. Do not care about the low pressure alerts. Just stop, for the love of everything. You know, those are just regular floor tiles. You know, there is absolutely just fuck all on this ship. This is probably one of those ships where it's meant to be, like crammed full of loot at some point, but for now it's just nothing doing. Alright, don't forget that nitrogen canister. Yeah, we'll leave the blue lights. They aren't worth a lot of money, though they sell to you for a ridiculous amount of money. Oh look, we missed some, shut up, damn it. Mr. Capacitor, a laser array, and 2 coolers. Honestly, cooling for your reactor is actually surprisingly important. There we go. And there we go. Peace and quiet. Let's see. 4 items, 5. Want to make sure we get this pump as well. I mean, all in all, this wouldn't be a bad ship to actually convert over. Because, I mean, look at it, you know. Stick a couple of dorm rooms down, stick down like a wellness room, stick down a dining hall, and then the rest could be, you know, like storage and the navigation room. We'll have to keep an eye out for something like that on the ship market in the future. But for now, we love our little scrappy box heap. And now we can turn it all back on so that way we get screamed at again. Honest to goodness, I hate those alarms so damn much. But now, at the very least, it's not going to be go off constantly. It's just going to go off for a little bit. Okay. I mean, yeah, let's hit this ship. Why not? We're actually on an almost perfect collision course for it, so we barely have to do anything. Ba 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 ba, nobody cares. Stupid nitrogen alarm. Go away, go away. Honestly, if I could just mute that alarm and just have it not pop up, I would be so damn happy. Or have it be a more subtle alarm. I would be so damn happy. Don't care, don't care. Do not care. Alright, come on. Almost there. $3.9. This is gonna be another smaller box ship, probably. And we are starting to get quite weighty. There we go, not bad. Let's see. Yeah, da. Trying to see what that alarm was. Oh, goodness, I'm tired. We're gonna keep going though. I'm actually having a good time, surprisingly. Well, you know, whatever it was, it's probably fine. And this is actually surprisingly massive. Alright, let's get to it. Ooh. I have not seen this floor tile before. This is new. This is new. I like this. I could potentially be convinced to buy this derelict. Oh, we are taking that. And an arcade cabinet. Oh, shit. We found a luxury ship. Oh, this is absolutely it. We absolutely want this thing. Or at the very least, we want all the stuff on this thing. So let's see, what do we got? More bar top. Oof. Definitely claiming that for our own. We'll keep it at 2x speed. 2x I feel is fast enough to get us going. You know what? We'll take the bar table as well. Oh. Oh, did I just find like some luxury booze cruise or something? Alright, let's see what else our booze cruiser here has. Free bunk? Oh, hell yeah. We can actually use all the bunks that we have when we start to build out our crew some more. Also, it looks like Adam really, royally needs to eat. So take a second, have him do that. Pittman. Get up. Auto task. Gonna eat. Perfect. Goodness, sometimes they genuinely will just sleep in for unreasonable amounts of time. You can kind of, or that's kind of been fixed in the latest update that changed up the AI a little bit and gave us the loops, which are the relationships or whatever. Ooh, wait a minute. G-Lock pen. Not bad. We want that. I mean, honestly, these are really nice bulkhead bins, too. This ship would be a nice one to move into. But I'm also not looking to go and refurbish a whole ship. Especially with how much I'm going to be taking out of this thing for money. We can get some stools. Oh, I think this is by far my favorite ship that I've run into. I mean, it's not the most profitable, and it probably won't be the most profitable, but, you know, stuff like the gaming cabinet, I mean, our guys need more recreation time and more recreation, so I'll take it for them. Ooh, more Gravusine. I mean, not that we ever use the bloody stuff. I swear I'm just stockpiling it at this point. Alright, we're going to tag a few things with the haul icon just to get them going. And then let's see. There was the arcade cabinet that was like right there. Which means the bar corner would have been right there, which means the bar tops. Yep. That should get the cooler. Not bad. Of course, you know, at the end we'll use the ooh. Leggings are fantastic because they have stretch pockets, and stretch pockets allow your guys to carry more things. So, of course, we'll take that. Plus, you know, it's space. Gotta have your yoga pants in space, you know. See, this is what the perseverance is all about in this game, you know? You just gotta keep going and you'll find cool shit eventually. You know, there's thousands of ships in this game, and, well, I'm not gonna say thousands, but there's definitely hundreds. You know, all shapes and sizes, and I want to say some of them are definitely community made, if I'm understanding things correctly, so, you know, it's kind of cool. Just to see what, you know, happens and what you can find on ships. They all tell their own unique story, too. let's see. Manual on environmental. We'll see about picking one of those up. I don't think I have one of those on board yet. Now, this is somewhere where I would be expecting to see and to find the, well, I guess we can't. Okay, that's fine. This is where I would be expecting to see and find, like, the skilled or the business admin, skill book, you know. Would be, like, one of these kinds of ships, you know, something that's a little bit more high class. Ooh, buddy. A treadmill and a strength train. Dude, you're spoiling me. You are. I love it, though. Don't stop. Please, give me more things. And we're going to tag those for haul as well. Because we're going to have to fix those up. And when we do, they will sell for such a good amount of money. All those electric parts, mechanical parts, and those motors as well. So let's see. Where's the door to the right? Oh. Right hand of this ship go? So is this like staff quarters then? Goodness, how much you want to bet we actually also find a reactor on this damn thing? And hey, look at that, a fully charged up power drill as well. Oof. Spoiling me for choice today. And finally found another PDA. Took us 10 years, but we did it. Traded the bullets for that. PDA is always more valuable. And we found another. Let's see, what do we got on us that we can just... Yeah, we'll just drop that for a PDA. I mean, honestly, this ship would be a thing of beauty to live on. Maybe if I can find one that's, you know, not completely fucked up in the boneyard, I'll see about, restoring it back to its former glory. Actually, while I'm at it, how much... Okay, so the Herald panel's only worth $10. In fact, the Tetsudo series is worth 14. They're worth more. Okay, a bunch of crates. We'll just tag those for hauling. Scrap our way through to the rest of the ship. We're almost done. Ooh, a mother load of nitrogen. Not bad. See what the last of these bins and racks have. And then we'll throw everything to an auto task, and we should be able to get out of here pretty quickly. That drill's empty, so that'll be fine. Ooh, a contaminant Atmos scrubber? Oh yeah, no, we absolutely have to take that with us. Alright, so now we take a look at the ship, so we can actually see its whole layout. Yeah, no, honestly, that's a nice little ship. It's got 3 different en-suites. No, 4 different en-suites. We just didn't take out this set of tables and chairs, so we'll tag those. Put them to auto task, and then just start tagging everything that we uninstalled for a haul. And we'll just let that go for a minute. You know, while we're at it, we should probably also uninstall this cooler over here. And there we go. So it begins. Ooh, I mean, these wall units are $60 a piece. $100? Are they worth more than that? I mean, 114 for some walls? I mean, realistically, how long would it take us to just, you know... I don't know. We'll see about taking some of these walls. I mean, they're expensive, so we might be able to use them to up the value of our ship by going and partitioning off a few more sections. And we just try not to think of how many things I am spawning underneath. And we definitely want that sleeping bunk hauled. Or no, wait, is that just the mobile space works? Well, sure, we'll take some of that too. But we'll also tag the conduit because, you know, it is time for us to start installing more for the batteries. But for now, we are going to end up saving there, and we will go and call the stream there at 7 hours and 15 minutes. If you are here for the stream, I do want to congratulate you. If you had managed to stick with it for this long. I mean, we have been going for a long time. It has been definitely a very fun time, and I thank you guys for being here. We're probably gonna see about throwing a stream down Saturday, Sunday again. The new job that I'm looking at and trying to get into for mortgage sales is a 9 to 6 Monday through Friday kind of job. Come in on Saturday if you want to try and make some more money. So, you know, who knows what could happen. But until then, thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you all. You have a good day.